Chapter 16, 79, Chaos Element, Profound Water Deity Trapping Formation. Chapter 1679, Chaos Element, Profound Water Deity Trapping Formation. After the two people went out of the boundary of Southfoot Town, they directly entered the purple extreme hall and sped like the wind toward the incoming road. After several days, the purple extreme hall came to a canyon. Suddenly, the purple extreme hall seemed to have been caught in a quagmire and was actually unable to advance an inch further. "Your Excellency, what's going on?" Ning Tianping said in surprise. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, "Looks like there are some small tails that weren't cleaned up and came to look for abuse again. Come, let's go out and take a look." Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus the moment the two people just revealed their figures, over a dozen sharp arrows tore through the air and interwoven to form a dense network of arrows. Ning Tianping's expression changed, and he cried out, "Careful, Your Excellency!" Normally, they were naturally able to dodge these sharp arrows, but currently they were similarly caught in the quagmire, their figures being greatly restricted. Yi Yuan discovered that even his spatial laws were actually unable to work well. Clearly, they were caught in a powerful array formation. What was fatal was that after these sharp arrows entered the array formation, they would not slow down like the trapped people, but they accelerated instead. The timing was grasped perfectly, not giving even any chance to enter the purple extreme hall once more. At the critical moment, Yi Yuan suddenly gave a loud roar. Golden light burst out on his body. The faint blue patterns seemingly came to live, wandering around on Yi Yuan's body. At this moment, Yi Yuan felt like his body was filled with strength. The furious dragon roar surged straight to the sky. The voice of the dragon G. O. D. that had not been seen for a long time. By the side, Ning Tianping looked at this scene in immense shock. He completely had no idea that His Excellency actually still had such a trump card. The horrifying sound wave spread out. Those dozen oversharp arrows were directly shattered into smithereens. Regarding the voice of the dragon G. O. D's power, Yi Yuan also did not expect that it would be so powerful. Those arrows were obviously specially made, and were already peak celestial deity artifacts, with the quality being extremely hard. Furthermore, array formations were enchanted on the arrows. They could traverse freely and not be affected by this large formation. Yi Yuan originally only wanted to change the trajectory of the arrows through the voice of the dragon G. O. D. He did not expect that they actually directly shattered. A roar shattered celestial deity artifacts. How powerful was this voice of the dragon G? O. D's might. Yi Yuan was wildly elated in his heart. He knew that it must be because of those blue patterns. Avoiding this wave of certain kill, as salt, Ning Tianping was already drenched in sweat all over his body. He knew that he already circled one round around the gates of H, El, L, and back. If not for Yi Yuan, he would already be shot into a sieve now. Outside the large formation, a group of people appeared on the hillside. Xiang Yunfei bellowed, "Boss you brag to me how powerful your wind-breaking arrows were every day. This is how powerful it is. One roar from that punk caused all your arrows to shatter. All shattered. I gave you guys all of my AS sets. Now, you give this kind of result to repay me?" They were outside the large formation and could not feel the power of Yi Yuan's voice of the dragon G. O. D at all. Therefore, Xiang Yunfei felt that this boss's wind-breaking arrows were only the latter's brag. The power simply did not cut it. He was a very powerful bandit in a gang in the vicinity of Riverluck, capital city. Of course, they were also a group of notorious bandits. They came and went without traces, frequently highway robbing some sing merchants and experts. The powerhouses who died in their hands were too many to enumerate. It was said that they had even killed before a seventh-layered heaven divine Lord Powerhouse. This group of people, their strengths were not even beneath the three major forces. Xiang Yunfei had wide connections. He expended considerable effort and finally contacted this group of bandits. He handed all of his sets to the boss, He Tianxiang, inviting them to make a move to intercept and kill Yi Yuan. Of course, his bit of sets, boss He thought little of it. But when Xiang Yunfei told boss He the news that Yi Yuan had the purple extreme hall, he was moved. This kind of spatial, flying-type mystic treasure. Furthermore, it was at least a celestial deity mystic treasure existence. There was no way they would not be moved. Therefore, this group of people followed closely behind Yi Yuan, arrived in the vicinity of the Heavenspan Mountain, and lay in ambush in this canyon. This canyon was a road that must be said through back to Riverluck capital city. If Yi Yuan wanted to return, he would definitely go through from here. Actually, the strength of this group of bandits, was not strong. What they were truly powerful in was this array formation and the wind-breaking arrow. This array formation was a powerful peak divine, Dao rank 4 array formation. Even if late-stage divine Lord Realm powerhouses get caught inside, it would be very hard to get away to. They had indeed killed before a 7th-layered heaven divine Lord powerhouse. It was by relying on this chaos element profound water deity trapping formation. Xiang Yunfei also took fancy on precisely boss He's grand array. That was why he would come and find boss He to take action. He did not expect that this certain kill attack was actually shattered by Yi Yuan. How could he not be furious? Boss He shot Xiang Yunfei a cold glance and said, "Xiang Yunfei, you dare to roar at your father? Do you think that you're still a 5th-layered heaven divine Lord powerhouse?" Xiang Yunfei's expression changed, his anger immediately reducing considerably, but he still said furiously, "You screwed things up. I'll see what you do now." Bossy's brows were tightly locked as he said with a cold snort, "This chaos element profound water deity trapping formation coupled with the wind-breaking arrow. Unless one's strength reached 8th-layered heaven divine lord, otherwise it's absolutely impossible to resolve it. Do you think that his roar earlier was that simple? Your father's wind-breaking arrow. Each one is a peak celestial deity artifact. Its entire body was forged with thousandfold profound ice metal, more than 10 being released in a volley. Even an immortal will find it hard to block. This kid is very troublesome." Xiang Yunfei gradually calmed down and discovered that it seemed like he really simplified things. Peak celestial deity artifact. Even if it was him at his prime, wanting to shatter one barehandedly was extremely difficult, let alone more than 10. But Yi Yuan actually shattered more than 10 with a shout. This roar naturally would not be so simple. What to do now then? Xiang Yunfei said with a grim expression. Bossy said, "Relax. His bit of strength can't break the chaos element profound water deity trapping formation at all. This grand array is very powerful and even has the effect of devouring divine essence. Didn't you say that he doesn't have much divine essence stones on hand anymore? I'll see when he can hold out until getting caught in the chaos element profound water deity trapping formation. He'll be hard-pressed to escape even if he grew wings." Hearing this, Xiang Yunfei revealed a look of great joy. "Xiang Yunfei, you're very good. Since you found helpers to come and ambush this Yi, then be prepared to suffer this Ye's wrath." Right at this time, Yi Yuan's voice was transmitted out of the grand array. Xiang Yunfei's expression changed. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually directly guessed that it was him. However, at the thought that Yi Yuan was caught in the grand array, he immediately felt much more relieved. He smiled coldly and said, "Brat, this chaos element profound water deity trapping formation, even a seventh-layered heaven divine lord is unable to break free when trapped inside. I want to see what your wrath is. Want to use divine, Lord mystic treasures to detonate again? I want to see how many divine, Lord mystic treasures you have. When Bossy heard that, he also smiled coldly and said, Kid, getting caught in the chaos element profound water deity trapping formation. You just wait to die with peace of mind. Your spatial laws are too weak and can't crack this array formation at all. Is that so? Then, I'll let you take a look at this young master's wrath right now. Yi Yuan's voice transmitted over faintly. Chapter 16, 80 Brutally Beating Fourth-Layered Heaven. Chapter 16, 80 Brutally Beating Fourth-Layered Heaven. Shameless boasting fool. This set of array formation your father has already used for 10,000 years. No one has ever. Boss, he was extremely confident in the chaos element profound water deity trapping formation. He had used this set of array formation to trap D knows how many experts to death before. It had never failed, but his words were just said halfway when a loud explosion sound came from inside the canyon. Bang, bang, bang. Countless explosive sound interwoven together. Then a beam of light burst out of the array formation, forcefully escaping the chaos element profound water deity trapping formation. Boss, he was startled with fright, looking at this scene in disbelief. The purple extreme hall stopped in midair, revealing Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping's figures. Yi Yuan's gaze was filled with killing intent. No one has ever come out before. These few words were forcefully swallowed back into his stomach by him. He used an expression like he had seen a ghost to look at Yi Yuan and cried out, "Impossible! How? How did you come out?" The chaos element profound water deity trapping formation is absolutely without CHINKS in its armor. How? How in the world did you do it? Yi Yuan sneered and said, "No CHINKS in the armor? How is there any array formation without weaknesses to exploit in this world? No matter how invulnerable it is, it's also merely a rank 4 array formation. Just blow it up will do. Blow it up." Boss, he muttered. He naturally saw the explosion in the grand array, but he could not imagine what kind of explosion could blow up his array formation. Yi Yuan looked at him and said in a cold voice, "Yeah, over 30 middle-rank divine Lord mystic treasures exploding at the same time, wouldn't it break?" Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Xiang Yunfei and Boss, he both could not resist shuddering. "Oh, over 30 middle-rank divine Lord mystic treasures. You lunatic! How can you possibly have so many middle-rank mystic treasures on you?" Boss, he and Xiang Yunfei's hearts were dripping blood. More than 30 middle-rank divine Lord mystic treasures were actually gone, just like that. This guy was not only a madman, but he was also a prodigal son. Yi Yuan originally did not have so many middle-rank divine Lord mystic treasures on him, but he fleeced Zhuohan and his junior brothers of their storage rings. They virtually had quite a few divine Lord mystic treasures in each of their hands. Middle-rank divine Lord mystic treasures were naturally not in the minority. Just Zhuohan alone had 7 or 8 middle-rank divine Lord mystic treasures. Imperial capital's geniuses were indeed loaded as HELL. If not for these middle-rank divine Lord mystic treasures, it would really not be easy for Yi Yuan to want to come out. Yi Yuan had long discovered that his divine essence was very special. After injecting into middle-rank divine Lord mystic treasures, it could actually detonate, but it had no effect on high-rank divine Lord mystic treasures, detonating more than 30 divine Lord mystic treasures in an instant. It was equivalent to more than 30 middle-stage divine Lord realm powerhouses attacking all out. these explosions concentrating at one point. The power in that instant practically rivaled the all-out attack of late-stage Divine Lord realm powerhouses. Therefore, this Una's saleable grand array had a crack blasted out. One crack was sufficient. Yi Yuan looked at Boss He with a smile that was not a smile, and said, "Yeah, thanks to you, not one of the middle-ranked Divine Lord mystic treasures on my remains. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you." Looking at Yi Yuan's gaze, Boss He could not resist shuddering. Over 30 middle-ranked Divine Lord mystic treasures. This was a colossal sum of wealth. Even for Yi Yuan, it also somewhat hurt. But when Xiang Yunfei heard this, he suddenly laughed wildly and said, "Yi Yuan, you're saying that you don't have middle-ranked Divine Lord mystic treasures on you anymore. Ha ha! You fool, don't even know how to put on an empty show of strength to actually tell me this sort of thing." What he was most wary of was Yi Yuan detonating Divine Lord mystic treasures. Because of this, he was blown until his realm fell the last time. Currently, he was only peak 4th-layered Heaven Divine Lord, and it was difficult to return to 5th-layered Heaven Divine Lord anymore. Now, Yi Yuan actually told him that he did not have middle-rank Divine Lord mystic treasures on him anymore. He no longer needed to be afraid anymore. Although Xiang Yunfei could not see through Yi Yuan's actual situation, even if he broke through, he was at the very most 1st-layered Heaven Divine Lord now, as well. With his peak 4th-layered Heaven Divine Lord strength, killing Yi Yuan was more than plenty. Yi Yuan looked at him like he was looking at a dead man. He said coolly to Ning Tianping, "That bunch of guys will be left to you. Leave this guy to me." Ning Tianping nodded and said, "Your Excellency, be careful." Boss He was merely a 4th-layered Heaven Divine Lord, while the others were all initial stage Divine Lord realm. The battle of middle stage Divine Lord realm, they could not stick a hand in at all. The moment Xiang Yunfei heard, he could not help laughing wildly as he said, "You're saying that you want to challenge me alone? Foolish fellow, do you really think that you can go against the heavens by breaking, though? Even if your father's realm fell, I'm still middle stage Divine Lord realm too. Killing you is merely lifting a finger." Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he said nonchalantly, "Oh, is that so?" Swuz. H. Plus finished saying this sentence, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. Xiang Yunfei's gaze turned sharp, and he exclaimed, "So fast! Universe Dragon Claw!" Yi Yuan gave a loud cry, blue patterns flash. Plussing on his body. An azure dragon's enormous claw suddenly reached out of the void, smacking over towards Xiang Yunfei. The moment the dragon claw emerged, the world was alarmed. This claw was too fast. Xiang Yunfei could not react in time at all. Bang! Poor work! Xiang Yunfei was directly smacked flying by a claw, fresh blood spouting wildly. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of letting him catch his breath. Following that, another claw smacked out. Bang! 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 In the sky, only to see dragon claws disappear and reappear again. Yi Yuan was currently in a state of violent rage, venting the frustration in his heart frenziedly, pummeling Xiang Yunfei. The battle over there had not started yet, because Bossy they all were long dumbstruck with amazement. The battle indeed took on a one-sided situation, but it was totally different from what was imagined previously. One-sided, but the side leaned towards Yi Yuan and not Xiang Yunfei. Above the sky, Xiang Yunfei already unleashed all of his abilities. But the power of this dragon claw was too strong. He could not resist all. Yi Yuan actually used pure strength to suppress him. Xiang Yunfei was wildly shaken in his heart, did not expect that after Yi Yuan broke through, his strength was actually so terrifying. His apprehension towards Yi Yuan entirely stemmed from middle-rank divine Lord Mystic treasures. But he discovered to his dismay that Yi Yuan's own strength he was completely unable to resist even a bit. Yi Yuan was also inexplicably pleasantly surprised in his heart, because he discovered that the dragon race martial techniques were stronger all round. He could feel that each time he launched a martial technique, there was a profound and mysterious power that gathered in his martial techniques, making the power of his martial techniques multiply. Yi Yuan knew that this was all the effect of those blue patterns. Looking at it now, these blue patterns were a good thing and not a bad thing. Even though the dragon race's martial techniques were strong, it was not strong to the degree where it could suppress Xiang Yunfei in all aspects. Xiang Yunfei was a fifth-layered, heaven divine lord powerhouse. Even if his realm fell, he was also not what ordinary fourth-layered heaven divine lords could compare to. His strength was sufficient to sweep across fourth-layered heaven divine lords. Hence, that was why he would be so confident, and also dare to find Boss He for help. Now, with these blue patterns, he could completely suppress Xiang Yunfei just by relying on the power of the fleshy body. Sure enough, the voice of the dragon G.O.D. previously was not a coincidence. Xiang Yunfei only had one thought in his heart right now. That was to run. Suddenly, blood light radiated on Xiang Yunfei's body, his figure suddenly streaking out, flying far away in a blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan laughed coldly, his hands quickly forming a seal. Chapter 1681 Sparing None. Chapter 1681 Sparing None. Nirvana Seal. Yi Yuan roared. The Nirvana seal sped like the wind, speeding swiftly towards the Xiang Yunfei in the horizon. Under everyone's eyes, this black, huge seal tore straight across the sky and landed on Xiang Yunfei. Rumble! The Nirvana seal arrived first despite launching later, striking Xiang Yunfei firmly, directly blasting him into dregs. Back then, when Yi Yuan was only Origin Deity realm, he could also use the Nirvana seal to kill the second-layered Heaven Divine Lord Jinglu, now that he broke through to Divine Vortex realm. The power of this move already could not be mentioned in the same breath. If Xiang Yunfei did not use that blood escape art, he might still be able to resist a little, but he took the road to ruin by using that move. His condition immediately fell drastically, virtually becoming a living target. Yi Yuan had witnessed this move of his before. How could he possibly not guard against his move? And given the chance to escape, Boss He, this group of people was long dumbfounded from watching. Over a dozen breaths of time, Yi Yuan finished off a fourth-layered Heaven Divine Lord neatly and tidily. This kind of strength simply made people despair. Just what kind of monster did Xiang Yunfei, that fellow, provoke? Boss He was overwhelmed with terror. He had roamed Riverluck, capital city, unhindered for so many years and had never met such a terrifying opponent before. His guts could not be said to not be big. To dare act against a seventh-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouse and even successfully killing the other party. To others, he was a nightmare-like existence. But today, he finally encountered his nightmare. Killing Xiang Yunfei with one move, Yi Yuan looked down from high above, looking at Boss He with his hands behind his back, just like a G.O.D. of war descending. Boss He's entire body shuddered, not daring to meet Yi Yuan's gaze at all. Why, Your Excellency, I was wrong. I beg you, don't kill me. Boss He, this kind of person, always liked to hide and scheme against people. He was actually very fragile inwardly. Yi Yuan's domineering assault already utterly shattered his confidence, giving him an image of invincibility. Hence, he yielded. Yi Yuan laughed coldly and said in a cold voice, "Tianping, do it! Spare no one." He was genuinely enraged. If not for him, making use of the electric snake to temper his fleshy body in the realm fog. He would already be a corpse right now. This group of guys colluded together with Xiang Yunfei. One look, and it was clear that they were not good people. Not killing was insufficient to calm his fury. Ning Tianping was similarly like so. Previously, if not for His Excellency's dragon roar shattering those arrows, he would have long been shot into a sieve. His anger currently was not the slightest bit less than Yi Yuan's. But the combat power that Yi Yuan displayed just now also made him secretly tongue-tied. Too fierce. Witnessing Yi Yuan's fury, how could boss he still dare to stay? With a loud roar, he turned tail and ran. It was just that his strength was even worse than Xiang Yunfei's. So how could wanting to run be that easy? Over 10 people scattered and fled in all directions. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, his figure moving, shuttling through the void, and arriving straight amidst the crowd. Roar! A dragon roar reverberated throughout the sky. Those divine Lord Realm powerhouses who were just about to escape, their figures suddenly stopped. Those who were slightly weaker were directly shattered into dust by the voice of the dragon Ji. Oh, Bossy's entire body trembled, his eyes full of astonishment. Only now did he know how terrifying this roar of Yi Yuan's was. His fourth-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouses was actually unable to control himself under this roar, almost falling down. One had to know, even if Yi Yuan's fleshy body reached the peak of initial stage 4th transformation, it was still a long way off from fourth-layered Heaven Divine Lord. With just a roar, it was actually able to make him, this fourth-layered Heaven Divine Lord, unable to move. Right at this time, Yi Yuan stopped the voice of the dragon Ji. Ning Tianping understood tacitly longsword brandis. Plusing, turning into a stream of flowing light and charged towards Boss He. Puchi. Ning Tianping did not give Boss He the slightest chance, directly killing him. The remaining people were all shaken by Yi Yuan until they were dazed and confused, unable to differentiate north, south, east, west at all. Ning Tianping, one person and one sword, reaped wantonly, virtually wiping out the other side in a few breaths. After doing this, Yi Yuan was with exhaustion, almost unable to stand firmly and dropping down from the sky. The great battle just now seemed like the wind scattering away wisps of clouds. Actually, to Yi Yuan, the expenditure was immense too, employing the voice of the dragon Ji. Twice in a row and using the universe dragon claw, coupled with the horrifying Nirvana seal, this kind of expenditure was not what ordinary people could support at all. After all, he had merely just broken through to Divine Vortex realm currently too. Ning Tianping's expression changed, and he cried out, "Your Excellency, are you all right?" Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "I'm fine, don't need to care about me. Go and collect all of their storage rings." This set of array formation is indeed very powerful. Boss, he definitely can't set it up. There should be array flags supporting. Having this set of array formation is also a major card up my sleeves. Ning Tianping's eyes lit up, and he immediately acted accordingly. Sure enough, Ning Tianping found a pile of storage rings on Bossy's body and found an array flag inside. Yi Yuan rested and rehabilitated for a while. His complexion also looked much better. He took the array flag and looked, and said with a nod, "That's it. This array formation is indeed good stuff." No wonder, boss, he could kill a 7th-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouse. Caught off guard, even a 7th-layered Heaven Divine Lord will be hard-pressed to block this wind-breaking arrow too, if not for the voice of the dragon Ji. Being too tyrannical, their current outcome would also be not much different from that 7th-layered Heaven Divine Lord. This array formation was obtained by Boss He in a mystic realm in his early years. At that time, It was already regarded as a precious treasure. Sure enough, in these 10,000 years, he could be said to have slaughtered everything in his path by relying on this array formation. Furthermore, he was low profile and rarely revealed his real body in front of people, very mysterious. Therefore, even though his strength was not strong, other people's faces changed when they heard about him. Seeing the array flag and wind-breaking arrows, Ning Tianping felt lingering fear too. This thing was indeed too dangerous. Moreover, Boss He was clearly already familiar with this move. The timing was grasped beautifully, not giving them any chance to react at all. Fortunately, His Excellency reacted extremely fast, shattering the wind-breaking arrows with a roar. Otherwise, the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine. Your Excellency, you're really too extraordinarily brave today. That boss, he was dumbfounded from watching and didn't react for a long time. I even thought that breaking through to become a fourth-layered Heaven Divine Lord, I can be your Excellency's guard for a period of time. I didn't expect that I'm already going to hold you back, Ning Tianping said with a bitter smile. Ning Tianping's astonishment in his heart was not the slightest bit less than Boss He's. After Yi Yuan broke through, it was also his first time truly seeing Yi Yuan take action. This was true blue raw power, without the slightest trickery. Xiang Yunfei's strength naturally need not be said. But under Yi Yuan's hands, he actually did not even have the strength to retaliate. His Excellency was indeed still as freakish as before. When at Origin Deity realm, he could already annihilate a second-layered Heaven Divine Lord. After breaking through, Ning Tianping did not doubt in the slightest that Yi Yuan was able to defeat third-layered Heaven Divine Lords. But he never dreamed that Yi Yuan was actually able to directly annihilate fourth-layered Heaven Divine Lords. One had to know the gap between Origin Deity Realm and first-layered Heaven Divine Lord was far from the disparity between first-layered Heaven Divine Lord and fourth-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Yi Yuan patted Ning Tianping's shoulder and said with a smile, I had some fortuitous encounters at the Heavenspan Mountain, so my strength increased significantly. All right, let's go back to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Chapter 1682, Angrily Condemning the Ning Family's Elders. Chapter 1682, Angrily Condemning the Ning Family's Elders. The Ning family at the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. These several decades, the Ning family's pressure was very great. The Ning family's number one genius, Ning Tianping, actually disappeared into thin air. This was too great a loss to the Ning family. However, the Ning family's people were not fools. Yi Yuan had just left, and Ning Tianping disappeared, 10-1, that he followed Yi Yuan and left. It was just that. Yi Yuan said that he wanted to go out and venture, finding the opportunity to break through. And, Body knew when this opportunity would appear, or what kind of dangers he would encounter outside. The uncertainty was too great. One had to know when geniuses trained alone outside, the chances of dying were too high. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, there were quite a number of genius disciples who died outside each year. Some of them were even Divine Lord Realm Protectors, even deacons. If Ning Tianping and Yi Yuan died outside, that was simply a devastating blow to the Ning family. A genius like Ning Tianping could not be groomed randomly. The Ning family's upper echelons already hated Yi Yuan to the core long ago. It was fine that he left, but he actually abducted the Ning families, even the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial Cities, most prodigious junior away. Over the years, Ning Ziyuan seldom stayed in seclusion, devoting considerable effort into the grooming of young disciples. Ning Tianping and Yi Yuan going out, Ning Ziyuan was equivalent to being a cripple, unable to help at all. Honestly speaking, Ning Ziyuan was really not optimistic that Ning Tianping could return alive. Even though the matter had already passed said for several decades, the moment Ning Ziyuan thought of Ning Tianping, he still felt very dejected. On this day, someone from below suddenly came in to report that Ning Tianping came back. Ning Ziyuan's entire body trembled, suddenly getting up, figure directly disappearing from where he was. Inside the Ning family's main hall, quite a number of elders had astonished faces, looking at that young man currently in the main hall. In a short few decades' time, Ning Tianping's realm actually broke through once more, directly becoming a middle-stage Divine Lord realm powerhouse. This kind of cultivation speed could be rated as terrifying. Could it be that this kid had some lucky encounter outside again? Is it possible that he went out himself to train? Disappearing with that good-for-nothing was merely a coincidence. There's really the possibility. Going out with an origin deity, realm trash, what lucky chance can there be? Not being dragged to death is already pretty good. The clan elders discussed in low voices, directly separating Ning Tianping and Yi Yuan. Among heavenly eagle imperial cities' upper echelons, Yi Yuan already became a laughingstock, earth-shaking when being at the origin deity realm before. But such a genius actually could not even break through to the Divine Lord realm. Ning Tianping's brows furrowed. He was just about to fly off the handle when a figure arrived with a howl. It was precisely Ning Ziyuan. Ning Ziyuan originally came ablaze with anger, but seeing that Ning Tianping actually broke through his realm, the anger on his face immediately dissipated considerably. Ning Tianping also endured his anger and bowed to Ning Ziyuan and said, "Tianping pays respect to family head." Even though Ning Ziyuan already forgave Ning Tianping in order to demonstrate the prestige of the family head, he still snorted coldly and said, "Humph, leaving without saying goodbye. Do you still have any respect for me, this family head, in your eyes?" Actually, before Ning Tianping left, he was somewhat unhappy with Ning Ziyuan. The matter during the elders' meeting, what Ning Ziyuan did was unvirtuous. But in all fairness, Ning Ziyuan's grooming of him was without sparing any effort. He really did not have much to say, so he used this method of leaving without saying goodbye. It was also considered declaring his dissatisfaction. Regarding Ning Ziyuan's wrath, Ning Tianping accepted it calmly and said respectfully, "Tianping dares not." Ning Ziyuan snorted coldly again and said, "Already done it. What's there that you dare not? But forget it. I previously even thought that you left with Yi Yuan that good for nothing, so I was very worried. Looking at it now, you had another fortuitous encounter. To be able to break through to the middle stage Divine Lord realm within several decades, you're also considered to have rendered merit for the Ning family. Count it as making amendments for your wrongdoing in view of your accomplishments then." Ning Tianping could still accept it with an open mind at the beginning, but upon hearing Ning Ziyuan call Yi Yuan a good-for-nothing, he immediately exploded. He suddenly stood up, giving the surrounding people a scare. Tianping is extremely respectful toward family head in my heart, but the respect toward his excellency is akin to beholding a great mountain. Family head, I hope that you take back your words just now. His excellency isn't a good-for-nothing. He's an unparalleled genius. Otherwise, you'll feel regret for the words you said today. Ning Tianping's words sounded very cold. Ning Ziyuan was rendered dumbfounded by Ning Tianping's attitude. His understanding of Ning Tianping had always been that he was very obedient and sensible, and also very respectful towards him. But today, for a Yi Yuan, he fell out with him. Ning Ziyuan's expression turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Regret? A good-for-nothing who can't even break through to the Divine Lord realm is also considered an unparalleled genius? Ning Tianping, you're very good. For the sake of a trash, you actually dare to rebuke me?" The moment those clan elders heard, They also flew into a great rage and started condemning Ning Tianping. Tianping, you went out for a trip, and your wings became hard, huh? To actually dare be so rude to the family head. Really getting out of hand. Do you think that breaking through to become a fourth-layered heaven divine lord, you can disregard the family head? For a good-for-nothing, you actually dared to be insolent to the family head, truly preposterous, and should be punished by family laws. Listening to these people clamor by his ears, Ning Tianping finally erupted. He was respectful toward Ning Ziyuan, but it did not mean that he also respected these people. These old things, apart from normally telling people what to do and coming up with lousy ideas, they did not do proper business at all. Putting it bluntly, it was a bunch of old fellows who were sitting around doing nothing and waiting to die. Ning Tianping said in a great rage, "All of you shut up for me. Good for nothing? Can't break through to the Divine Lord realm? Talking bulls. I plus T here. You guys don't ask His Excellency for pills in the future if you have the capabilities. Let me tell you guys, His Excellency is already very disappointed toward the Ning family. Are you fools going to push the Ning family into an abyss beyond redemption?" The moment one of the extremely senior clan elders heard, he immediately exploded, pointing at Ning Tianping and scolding angrily, "LB, ASTARD, you dare to speak to us like this? Rebelling. Family head, you take a look, this little bee, ASTARD, went out for a trip and really became lawless and unbridled. That trash can't even break through to the Divine Lord realm. Could it be that this old man still needs to go and beg him for pills?" However, Ning Ziyuan ignored him, but looked at Ning Tianping and asked with a suspicious look, "Tianping, what's the meaning of your words?" Ning Tianping smiled coldly and said, "What meaning? Not only did His Excellency broke through to the Divine Lord realm, but his growth in these several decades is also beyond your imaginations. Family head, Tianping isn't showing disregard for my elders. It's really that I feel heartache and headache. If back then you fervently supported His Excellency back then during the elders' meeting, right now absolutely won't be this kind of situation. Our Ning family would become Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's #1 great clan. But now, sigh." Ning Ziyuan's gaze turned intent, and he said in shock, "What did you say? Yi Yuan, he really broke through? That's impossible. Back then, he even consumed the vast Sun Universe pill, but he didn't even reach half-step Divine Lord realm. How can he possibly broke through to the Divine Lord realm?" Ning Tianping gave Ning Ziyuan a glance and could not resist sighing quietly. Ning Ziyuan was deeply ked by Ning Tianping's look as if a thorn pierced into his heart. Chapter 1683 Bullying to the Doorstep. Chapter 1683 Bullying to the Doorstep. Yi Yuan entered the city very low-profiled, without drawing anyone's attention. He came straight to Zhang Qi's residence. "Who is it? Halt! MN, your elder Yi Yuan." The guard's gaze turned intent, recognizing Yi Yuan. "Oh, you know me?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. The guard smiled and said, "Elder, you must be joking. In this Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, who doesn't know you?" Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "In this Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, everyone knows that I'm a good-for-nothing." The guard's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Elder Yi, no matter what others say, our Zheng manor from top to bottom, not a single person dares to be disrespectful toward you, including this lowly one. Head elder had once said that his life was saved by you. If anybody dares to speak impertinently about you, if minor, they will be chased out of the Zheng manor. If severe, directly flogged to death." Yi Yuan did not expect that Zhang Qi actually used this kind of method to block everyone's mouth. but the emphasis on loyalty and friends. H.I. plus B could be seen as well. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "How is Head Elder's body?" The guard let out a sigh when he heard that and said, "Sigh, Head Elder's body is getting worse each day. Head Elder Xian, you tried everything." But he is also unable to salvage the situation. Right now, Head Elder is already unable to get out of bed. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "What's going on?" Before Yi Yuan left, he specially checked Zheng Qi's body before. It was not to the extent of not being able to get out of bed so quickly. Listening to the guard talk about the sequence of events, the rage in Yi Yuan's heart started blazing fiercely. It turned out that after a celestial deity powerhouse of utmost peace Imperial City came out of seclusion and got to know the news of Gao Yuan's demise, he came to visit. That celestial deity powerhouse came to find trouble with Yi Yuan and Zheng Qi, two people, who knew that only after reaching the city did he know that Yi Yuan already left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. A celestial deity powerhouse arriving in person, this kind of thing naturally could not be brushed off lightly. Utmost peace Imperial City's strength was much stronger than Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. They had 4 celestial deity powerhouses, while Heavenly Eagle Imperial City only had 2. After that celestial deity powerhouse came, he asked Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to sentence Yi Yuan to death with a domineering attitude and to hand over the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. Additionally, he even wanted Gao Yuan's disciple to challenge Zheng Qi, saying that it was to take revenge for his master. This situation followed the same pattern as Zheng Qi back then. It was just that Gao Yuan, this person, was insidious and cunning, schemed to harm fellow Taoists. It was beneath contempt. Now, this move was purely nonsensical. How could Zheng Qi's physical condition at that time be able to withstand a great battle? However, Zheng Qi argued strongly on his point of view back then, saying that the fiend-calling Ridge battle, killing Gao Yuan, was his doing alone, and had nothing to do with Yi Yuan. Moreover, he accepted the challenge, and the result of the challenge naturally went without saying. Zheng Qi was beaten to serious injuries by Gao Yuan's pupil. Right now, he was only left with half a life. Yi Yuan burned with rage when he heard this. The aura of divine vortex realm unconsciously exuded out as he said in a cold voice, "What, take revenge? It's simply aiming for the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain, right?" That guard was merely Origin Deity Realm. Suddenly seeing the powerful pressure that Yi Yuan released, it crushed him until his face turned pale. The guard was shocked inwardly, only now realizing in shock that Yi Yuan seemed to no longer be at the Origin Deity Realm anymore. This aura was absolutely divine Lord Realm. Elder Yi actually really broke through. Yi Yuan suddenly realized the guard's awkward state, restrained the aura on his body, and said, "Coolly, you go and notify them. Just say that I'm back." The guard hurriedly said, "Elder Yi must be joking. Head Elder is at the courtyard. Head Elder Xian Yu and Head Elder Cold Feather are both there. Please." Yi Yuan nodded and casually fished out a medicinal pill and threw it to the other party, saying, "Thanks for the hard work. This is for you." The guard received the medicinal pill and could not help being wildly ecstatic. Void Mystic Divine Pill. Elder Ye's Void Mystic Divine Pill was hard to request for. Now, it was actually bestowed on him. "Many thanks, Elder Yi." In a courtyard, Cold Feather and Xian, you two people looked at the Zheng Qi lying on the bed, frowning heavily. Zheng Qi's aura was weak. Clearly, he was on the verge of dying, but his face did not have too much regret. On the contrary, he seemed very open-minded. "Grandmaster, Brother Xian Yu, you guys don't have to be like this. Back then, when Master's great enmity was avenged, my long-cherished wish in this lifetime is also considered fulfilled. Living for these additional few years is already a profit." Zheng Qi gasped for air as he said, seeming very strained. Xian Yu had a look of self-blame as he said, "It's all this old man who is incapable. If Yi Yuan he can break through to Divine Lord Realm, he can definitely save you." Sigh. Upon mentioning Yi Yuan, Cold Feather flared up with anger and said with a cold snort, "That bunch of fools actually said that when Yilin was provoked by Yi Yuan, all of them don't have the capability but still want to push the responsibility onto others. Truly the act of a scoundrel to the extreme." Xian Yu sighed and said, "This bunch of guys has always been like this, unable to take on responsibility at all. Hoo-hoo, when Yi Yuan breaks through and returns, I'm very much looking forward to how this bunch of people will look like. It's too bad that I can't see it." Zheng Qi sighed and said, to talk about his only regret, that was not being able to see Yi Yuan break through. Everyone had a score in their hearts. Yi Yuan going out this time probably would not be able to come back within a short time. The opportunity to break through was not that easy to find. It was just that they never dreamed that Yi Yuan, an origin deity realm, actually dared to go to the Heavenspan Mountain. Who says that you can't see it? Not only can you see it, but you can also even teach them a lesson one by one. Hearing the voice first before seeing the person. This voice, Xian, you three people were too familiar. Indeed, looking outside the door, they saw a young man walk in with large strides. Who was it if not Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan, you actually came back so quickly? Xian, you said in pleasant surprise. But Cold Feather's expression changed, and he said suspiciously, You broke through?" Although Yi Yuan's aura became much stronger, it gave him a feeling of inscrutability, leaving him somewhat uncertain. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not breaking through. How would I dare come back? The feeling of being scolded trash while having my nose pointed doesn't feel good." When the three people heard, they all burst into laughter. Cold Feather laughed hard and said, "Like I said, how can a mere Divine Lord Realm possibly stump you? That bunch of fools. See what they still have to say this time. I'm really looking forward to their reaction. Right now." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Let's make idle talk again later. I'll take a look at head Elder Zheng first." Zheng Qi was feeble and weak, but seeing that Yi Yuan broke through, he was extremely overjoyed too, his entire person's state becoming much better. Yi Yuan investigated Zheng Qi's physical condition, and his brows could not help furrowing as he said with a cold snort, "What an insidious thing!" Yi Yuan detected that inside Zheng Qi's body, there was a stream of gentle yin energy constantly whittling away Zheng Qi's life force, hastening his death. Clearly, this was intentional by the other party. Xian Yu sighed and said, "Even though that Yang Fan's talent doesn't match up to younger brother Zheng, his strength indeed can't be underestimated. This gentle yin force. This old man expended a Herculean effort and was also unable to purge it. I can only helplessly watch younger brother Zheng suffer away." Zheng Qi smiled when he heard that and said, "Brother Xian, you doesn't need to blame yourself. This old man knows that you've already done your best." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Brother Zheng's medicinal pill, originally I've already prepared it. It's just that I didn't expect that his situation is actually so serious. You guys wait for a moment. Wait for this Yi to go and refine another medicinal pill." Chapter 1684, Medicinal Pill Unusual Change. Chapter 1684, Medicinal Pill Unusual Change. After Yi Yuan left, Cold Feather said with an astonished look, he should have just broken through not long ago, right? He's already able to refine such a high level of difficulty medicinal pill." Xian Yu mused for a moment and said, "The power of Tao Realm is not what the likes of us can surmise. To us, we're still stuck at the shallow realm of seeing a mountain as a mountain. He has likely already reached the realm of seeing a mountain as not a mountain. What he came into contact with is the source of alchemy Tao. Learning yields twice the result with half the effort. It is far from what the likes of us can imagine. Cold Feather was completely clueless about alchemy Tao, but he knew Xian Yu's strength. Xian Yu saying this showed that Yi Yuan's alchemy Tao boundary was already unimaginable. He suddenly thought of something and said to Xian Yu, "Did you feel that this kid's realm is somewhat difficult to ascertain? It doesn't seem as simple as a first-layered Heaven Divine Lord." Xian Yu nodded and said, "Seeing him just now felt like he was completely reborn anew. Moreover, I couldn't see through his actual situation. It seems like a first-layered Heaven Divine Lord, but at the same time, it is not." Cold Feather drew a deep breath and said, "I have a feeling that this kid's accomplishments in the future, we probably can't imagine it." Xian Yu nodded his head, deeply feeling that way too. After several hours, Yi Yuan came out of seclusion. Yi Yuan handed over 2 medicinal pills, seeming slightly tired, as he said, "This is the pure, Yang Strong Divine Pill and Mystic Longevity Replenis. H.I. Plusing Essence Pill. Let Brother Zheng consume it." Clearly, these 2 medicinal pills were not easy for the current him. The pure Yang Strong Divine Pill's effect was to purge the yin energy within the body, while the Mystic Longevity Replenis, H.I. Plusing Essence Pill's effect was to nourish the blood and vitality, recovering one's energy. Shang-Chi used the crazed sword evanescent. The vital essence within his body had long been emptied out already. It was very hard for ordinary medicinal pills to replenish it. Hence, that was why Xian Yu had always been at a loss on what to do, because he could not refine a high-grade Mystic Longevity Replenis, H.I. Plusing Essence Pill. When Xian Yu saw the 2 medicinal pills, his entire body involuntarily shuddered, and he said in surprise, "D-Divine grade, you just broke through and can actually already refine these 2 medicinal pills to divine grade. This is truly inconceivable." These 2 medicinal pills were not simply. It was difficult for Xian Yu to even refine superior grade pills. Yi Yuan just broke through to rank 4 and could actually refine divine grade. Already, it was not up to him to not be surprised. This also showed that after breaking through to rank 4, Yi Yuan's pill refining standard already Serpa S set him in all aspects. Right now, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's Alchemy Dao's #1 person also officially changed hands. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Xian Yu, I wasn't just thinking about how to break through in these close to 400 years' time. Rank 4 medicinal pills, I've long become thoroughly familiar with them. What was missing was just the level of attainment." Xian Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Even so, it's also sufficiently Astonies. H.I. Plusing. 400 years." Xian Yu already immersed in rank 4 medicinal pills for more than 40,000 years. Yi Yuan only used 400 years and already completely defeated him. This was perhaps the disparity between mortals and geniuses, right? But Xian Yu did not have the thought of being jealous of Yi Yuan, but felt happy for him instead. The current Yi Yuan truly held extraordinary meaning to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City already. Yi Yuan said, "Brother Cold Feather, Brother Zheng's body is empty and already can't refine medicinal pills himself. You go and help him refine the medicinal pills." Cold Feather nodded and said, "All right, I'll take him there straight away." After the 2 people left, Yi Yuan was just about to go into seclusion to recover his divine essence when someone outside came to report that the Ning family's Ning Ziyuan was requesting an audience. The moment Xian Yu heard, he could not help sneering as he said, really materialistic. Back then, when you weren't able to break through to the Divine Lord realm, he dropped a rock down the well at the elders' meeting. Now, when he heard that you broke through, he's the first one to come to find you." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Just the way the world works. You go and tell him, Just say that I'm currently helping head Elder Zhengqi refine pills and isn't free to meet guests. The servant did not dare to disobey and could only back down. These two were both big shots that could not be offended. Outside the Zheng Manor's front door, Ning Ziyuan's expression was somewhat ugly. He was the head of the Ning family, an eighth-layered, heaven-divine lord powerhouses. Now, he was actually turned down at the door. Oh, Tianping, this kid is also a little too arrogant, right? This family head already came to seek an audience in person. He actually isn't even meeting. Ning Ziyuan said with a frown. Ning Tianping gave him a glance and said with a sigh, "Family head, it's not that I'm lifting His Excellency up. Ever since he stepped into Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's gates again, this is already an era that belongs to him. His alchemy strength. I believe that you're very clear. As long as he's willing, he can groom a small family clan to become a Leviathan like the Ning family within a few hundred years. Do you think he has the capital to be arrogant or not?" Ning Ziyuan could not help choking when he heard that, and was indeed incredibly regretful in his heart. This family head, was actually not even as far-sighted as a junior. The return of Ning Tianping's investment in Yi Yuan would be unimaginable. Ning Ziyuan already knew that the cultivation method Ning Tianping was currently cultivating was no longer the Ning family's cultivation method anymore. It was a peak rank 6 cultivation method, and this lucky chance, Yi Yuan turned his nose up at it, giving it to Ning Tianping with both hands. This matter was top secret. Ning Tianping only told Ning Ziyuan alone. What kind of concept was a peak rank 6 cultivation method? That was a cultivation method that could cultivate all the way to peak true G. With Ning Tianping's talent, cultivating to celestial deity realm was simply like playing around. Pausing for a bit, Ning Ziyuan eased up his tone and said to Ning Tianping, "Oh, Tianping, you're currently the closest person to Yi Yuan. Why don't you help put in a good word for the Ning family? Let him not hate the Ning family anymore, all right?" Ning Tianping smiled bitterly and said, "Family head, not that I'm not willing to speak up for the Ning family. His Excellency, this person, you don't understand. He has his own very firm set of views and clearly distinguishes kindness and hatred. As long as it's a person that he acknowledges, he can put his life on the line under any circumstances and won't ever hesitate. But if it's somebody that he doesn't acknowledge, even if you wear your tongue out, it's useless too. If the Ning family wants to reconcile with His Excellency, family head, please show your sincerity. As long as His Excellency is willing to let the past misdeeds become bygones on the account of my face, he'll more or less take care of the Ning family a little. But family head, not that I'm exaggerating things to raise an alarm, this is also the last chance." Ning Tianping had followed Yi Yuan for a long time and already knew Yi Yuan very well. Wanting to shake Yi Yuan's judgment of a person, that was impossible, even for him. In Yi Yuan's eyes, Ning Tianping, was Ning Tianping. The Ning family was the Ning family. These were two different things. Yi Yuan absolutely would not show extra care to the Ning family because of Ning Tianping. Hearing Ning Tianping's words, Ning Ziyuan was slightly fearful in his heart. He suddenly realized that the Ning family already reached a very crucial fork in the road. No idea how long had passed, said either. Inside the hidden chamber, Coldfeather was currently helping Zhengqi refine the medicinal pills when suddenly his expression changed, hurriedly withdrawing his divine essence. He looked at Zhengqi in great shock and muttered, "This medicinal pill seems to be somewhat unusual. Zhengqi, you feel it?" Zhengqi's spirit already recovered 50% to 60% at this time. Hearing that, he nodded and said, "Grandmaster, I already feel it. Most likely. I'm going to break through." Coldfeather's gaze turned intent, and he said in shock, "What? These two medicinal pills are only supposed to help you recover from your injuries, but you're actually going to break through? Chapter 16, 85 Power of Chaos. Chapter 16, 85 Power of Chaos. I'm not too sure either. I just feel that I seem to have touched something. Maybe I can already break through to become a half-step celestial deity. As the two medicinal pills gradually melted, there seemed to be some mysterious thing that fused into his body, making him have a feeling of sudden epiphany. Zheng-Qi had already stopped at the ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lord realm for several thousand years, failing to touch the threshold of celestial deity realm. This step was too difficult for ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lords. Zheng-Qi never dreamed that at his most hopeless, Yi Yuan's two medicinal pills let him touch this threshold. Forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart, Cold Feather said, "The opportunity can't be missed. You must go into seclusion properly. Your injuries are already 50% to 60% recovered, so you already don't need my help anymore." Zheng-Qi nodded his head and continued to close his eyes and refine the medicinal pills, while Cold Feather quietly backed out of the hidden chamber. Exiting the hidden chamber, Cold Feather went straight for Yi Yuan. He wanted to figure out just what mystery was in Yi Yuan's medicinal pills. At this time, Yi Yuan and Xian Yu were currently chatting. Xian Yu looked at Yi Yuan and said with a bitter smile, "Ning Ziyuan is at any rate the head of a family. Are you really not going to give him face like this?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Face is earned by oneself, not given by others. This he isn't someone who is extremely petty, but I also detest people who kick others when they are down, if not looking on the account of Ning Tianping's face. Even if he stood guard at the door for a lifetime, I won't meet him either." Xian Yu let out a sigh and said, "Among the numerous family clans in the imperial city, actually, the Ning family received the greatest favor from you back then. I didn't expect that he did such a thing at the elders' meeting. It indeed chills people's hearts. Forget it, just a Ning family. With your current strength, even those two upstairs also have to do things according to your mood." Just as they were talking, Cold Feather rushed over in a hurry. Upon seeing Yi Yuan, he asked, "Yi Yuan, what mystery is in your medicinal pills? Why is Zheng-Qi actually going to break through after refining it?" The moment Xian Yu heard, he looked at Yi Yuan with a face full of shock. Those two medicinal pills, he was all too clear. How could it possibly help Zheng-Qi breaking through? Could it be that Cold Feather made a mistake? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "These few years, I have some comprehensions toward medicinal pills again. I discovered that refining pills according to this kind of method will let the medicinal pill produce some change. I didn't expect that it can actually help Brother Zheng to break through. It's also considered an unexpected surprise." When Xian Yu and Cold Feather heard that, their entire bodies trembled violently. Divine-grade medicinal pills were already extremely impressive. Coupled with this kind of change, the medicinal pills refined were simply priceless treasures. Actually, Yi Yuan had long discovered that ever since breaking through to the divine vortex realm, his divine essence seemed to have some changes. It actually produced a sort of mysterious power. Regardless of whether it was using martial techniques or refining pills, there would be a very large degree of amplification. Even though Yi Yuan broke through to rank 4, he did not have world power, but he had this kind of mysterious power. Yi Yuan called it the power of chaos. He could feel that chaos power seemed to be even more profound and mysterious than world power. Very clearly, having this chaos power, not only would Yi Yuan's strength be no weaker than those at the Divine Lord realm, it would also be a magnitude stronger instead. But these things were strictly a secret. Hence, for these two people, Yi Yuan could only say that he used special pill refining methods. That was why it would make the medicinal pills produce a mutation. Actually, what truly made the medicinal pills produce a change was his chaos divine essence. But the chaos divine essence was Yi Yuan's greatest secret. He could not tell others. Even in combat, Yi Yuan would also use the power of chaos to simulate the effect of world power, lest others see through the flaws. Yi Yuan discovered that his chaos power was all-encompassing. Sing. Just like when he imitated a fiend race powerhouse back then, no one could tell it all. This also let Yi Yuan have a guess that his chaos power should be a power that was of a higher level than world power. Yi Yuan could feel that this divine essence's mutation should be due to those mysterious patterns. But Yi Yuan's words were sufficiently astounding already. Xian Yu said in immense shock, "You're truly an alchemy Dao's peerless genius. In my view, even if it's the medicine ancestor when at your age, it's also impossible to be more impressive than you." Cold Feather sighed with admiration and said, "You kid are simply a freak. I really can't imagine how in the world you cultivate." Haha, back then, when you kid couldn't break through, those guys all dropped rocks down the well. Now, I want to see how they are going to grovel and lick your feet now. Xian Yu smiled and said, "Isn't that so? There's already one groveling outside and already waited for 7 days at the Zheng Manor's front door. I reckon that the news of Yi Yuan returning can't be hidden for long." Cold Feather was stunned and said, "Who is it to actually get the news so quickly?" Xian Yu smiled and said, "Who else can it be? Of course it's Ning Ziyuan, that old fox." Mentioning Ning Ziyuan, Cold Feather's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Serves him right." Finally, on the 15th day, Yi Yuan met Ning Ziyuan. This half a month's time, Ning Tianping had always accompanied him at the gatehouse and did not go and find Yi Yuan. Regarding Ning Tianping's performance, Yi Yuan was still very satisfied. This guy was very smart. He knew that speaking up for the Ning family would only be counterproductive, so he might as well say nothing. But him constantly accompanying at the gatehouse also showed the Ning family's standpoint. Loyalty and staunch, but also had a sense of propriety. This Ning Tianping, Yi Yuan really could not find any fault. "Elder Ning, truly sorry." Head Elder Zheng's body was deteriorating with each passing day and seriously couldn't be delayed, resulting in neglecting Elder Ning. "I hope that Elder Ning doesn't blame me." Everyone still had to meet in the future. They still had to put on an act on the surface. It was just that Yi Yuan's words sounded very perfunctory. Clearly, it was intentional. But this half a month, Ning Tianping revealed to him a corner of Yi Yuan's iceberg. Ning Ziyuan also deeply realized that this great G.O.D. could not be offended. Therefore, there was absolutely no way he dared to offend Yi Yuan. True. Brother Zheng's body concerns the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's safety. It should naturally be a top priority. I wonder how Brother Zheng's situation is now. Ning Ziyuan asked without leaving a trace. Cold Feather gave a cold snort by the side and said, "No need for you to be concerned. What's the point of coming? When he was injured, I didn't see any of you come to see him until today." Ever since that elders' meeting, Cold Feather had never shown Ning Ziyuan a good attitude. His seniority was exceedingly high, and his strength was also powerful. In this Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, there were really not many who could do anything to him. Ning Ziyuan also had an awkward look having met with a rebuff. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Since this he broke through, Brother Zheng is naturally fine. Elder Ning can rest assured." The few people were currently talking when a figure came in from outside the door. Who could it be if not Zheng Qi? The current Zheng Qi had a robust physique and was light on his feet, agile and nimble. How was there still the slightest hint of being heavily injured on the verge of death? The moment Ning Ziyuan saw Zheng Qi, he could not help getting a shock. Not only did the other party's strength fully recover, it actually improved a step further, breaking through to half-step celestial deity realm. Ha ha, younger brother Yi, your alchemy strength is truly getting more and more transcendent. Zheng Qi entered with a big laugh. Chapter 1686, Xian, Yu resigns. Chapter 1686, Xian, Yu resigns. Ning Ziyuan's eyes popped out. Was this really that seriously injured Zheng Qi on the verge of death? Zheng Qi had been stuck at ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lord, this threshold for D knows how many years already. One had to know the significance of half-step celestial deity was completely different from being a ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Half-step celestial deity realm meant that it was possible to step into the true celestial deity realm anytime and anywhere. Although this chance was not great, what if they suddenly had an epiphany one day? The majority of Imperial City's celestial deity realm powerhouses actually broke through muddle-headedly like that. Those who truly relied on their talent to break through were exceedingly rare. It was not that there weren't ninth-layered Heaven Divine lords who broke through to celestial deity realm, but they were far too few. So little until it was negligible. The vast majority of martial artists stepped over from the threshold of half-step celestial deity. One medicinal pill of Yi Yuan let him break through the bottleneck that he could not break through for several tens of thousands of years. This kind of means was also too inconceivable, right? Seeing the energetic and vigorous Zheng Qi, Yi Yuan also said happily, "Ha, that brother Zheng in the past who was full of high spirits is finally back again." Zheng Qi laughed loudly and said, "All these are still thanks to you. I really didn't think that your medicinal pills actually can have such a magical effect. Those ungrateful D.A.M.N. things will probably regret it this time until their intestines turn green, right? If I were to say, ignore all of them in the future. Whoever wants to request for pills, take divine essence stones to come and buy. One medicinal pill, 30 billion, even a single one short won't do. Ning Ziyuan, you're here too?" Zheng Qi had an excited look just now and only saw Yi Yuan in his eyes. Now, suddenly noticing the Ning Ziyuan, who was extremely said by the side, he could not help being a little surprised. Ning Ziyuan had a look of meant, but he still gave a flattering smile and said, "Congratulations to Brother Zheng for recovering and strength improving a step further." Zheng Qi rolled his eyes and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Ning Ziyuan, your nose is sharp enough. Yi Yuan had just come back, and you came to find him. The thing that your Ning family did back then was unfair and shallow." Ning Ziyuan had made the preparations to throw this old face out. Heaving a sigh, he said, "Yes, this Ning had eyes but couldn't see. Back then, I shouldn't have dropped a rock down the well in the elders' meeting. This Ning came this time to sincerely apologize to Elder Yi." Zheng Qi sneered and said, "Who doesn't know how to add flowers to embroidery? Is there really such a good thing in this world? Do you think that Yi Yuan lacks an apology from you now?" Ning Ziyuan had an appearance like the situation was already so bad that to make it worse makes no real difference, but his attitude was very humble as he said, "This Ning knows that saying anything now is too late. It was this Ning who was blind, so I can't blame others. Fortunately, Tianping, this child, is loyal and righteous, hiding from the Ning family's top to bottom, accompanying Elder Yi through untold dangers. It's also considered to have slightly made up for the mistake that this Ning made." Hearing Ning Ziyuan's words, Yi Yuan secretly scolded the sly old fox. But this old man could swallow humiliation and bear a heavy burden. It was also considered hard on him. Looking on the account of Ning Qianping's face, he would not really do anything to the Ning family either. Hence, he opened his mouth and said indifferently, "All right, it's matter in the past. No need to mention them again. Elder Ning, please return." The moment Ning Ziyuan heard, he could not help revealing great joy and said with clasped hands, "Elder Yi is indeed magnanimous. Then this Ning will go back first. In the future, as long as there's use for the Ning family, Elder Yi feel free to speak up." Oh, right. The Ning family also collected quite a number of precious rank 4 spirit medicines these few years. I don't know if they can enter Elder Yi Yuan's arcane sites or not. Elder Yi, please accept them. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said coolly, "Put it down then." Half a month said, then news of Yi Yuan returning already spread like wildfire. But toward this, the vast majority of the people still held disdainful attitudes. Ruo Su led a group of elders and gathered together. Everyone all had contemptuous expressions towards this news. This kid actually still had the face to come back. Reckon that he couldn't hack it any more outside, right? Ha, a trash who couldn't even break through to the Divine Lord realm. What can he do coming back? Might as well die outside. I guess that he also felt that he had no face to meet people, so that's why he blocked off the news, right? But doesn't he know that there's a saying called, "There isn't a wall in the world which hasn't a crack"? Ha ha. Everyone guffawed. In their view, Yi Yuan returning and directly hiding and not meeting people, he definitely had not broken through yet and felt ashamed to meet people. Of course, Yi Yuan even consumed a vast sun universe pill back then, but it did not have any effect at all. This was already synonymous with trash in everyone's view. Ruo Su smiled and said, "You guys can't say it like this either. Yi Yuan's attainments in rank 3 divine pills are still unmatched. In this heavenly eagle imperial city, he still has a place for himself. That is, making good use of Traz. Plus, everyone roared with laughter again. Ha ha ha. When Ruo Su learned of this news, he felt extremely liberated in his heart. These few years, even though he was demoted to become the second elder, his influence in the elders' association did not diminish in the slightest. One could say that Xian Yu, this head elder, was just a symbol built without foundations. Xian Yu did not like fighting and was also unwilling to get involved in this kind of thing. Therefore, Ruo Su also became even more brazen and unscrupulous. Rather, the martial tower that side, Cold Feather's control, was very domineering, making it very difficult for Ruo Su's hand to extend his reach. But with the power on the Pill Tower's side, it was already enough. After all, the Martial Tower still had to rely on the Pill Tower. Which Martial Tower elder dared to not give face to the Pill Tower's elders? Right at this time, a subordinate suddenly came to report, saying that Grand Elder He Chong wanted to personally convene an emergency elders meeting to discuss an important matter. Everyone's expressions could not help changing when they heard it. This timing was also too coincidental, right? An elder asked, "Second elder, could it be that this elders meeting is related to Yi Yuan? Otherwise, it also wouldn't be so coincidental, right?" Hey, don't scare yourselves. Back then, Yi Yuan was practically chased out of the imperial city. If he really broke through and came back, why would he be so low-key? He would have long come to smack our faces. In my view, he doesn't have the face to meet people. Grand Elder convening an elders meeting, I think that there should be another important matter. Perhaps utmost peace imperial city is causing problems again, said another elder. When everyone heard that, they all nodded their heads. One elder said with a look of dissatisfaction, "Speaking of this, I feel angry. If not for Yi Yuan and Zhengqi, we wouldn't be so passive right now either. This Yi Yuan is good, own self taking the origin magnetic divine mountain and running." Ruo Su said, "All right, Don't simply guess anymore. When we see Grand Elder, we'll know. In the Great Hall, He-Chong sat at the top position and still had an unfathomable appearance. The elders' meeting started. He-Chong opened his mouth and said indifferently, "Convening everyone today, there's an important matter to tell you all. Xianyu, you say it yourself." Everyone was uncertain what it meant, looking at Xianyu in surprise, not knowing what medicine was being sold in the gourd. Xianyu nodded his head and slowly said, "Everyone, this old man's personality, everyone is also aware. Taking on this position of head elder is truly a little an onerous task. Hence, I requested from City Lord and Grand Elder for me to resign from this position of head elder." The moment these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. Everyone's gazes cast toward Ruo Su one after another. Xian Yu was admitting defeat. Chapter 1687 Head Elder, Yi Yuan. 1687 Head Elder, Yi Yuan. The moment Xian Yu retired, only Ruo Su could become this head elder. This struggle finally still ended in Ruo Su's victory. Indeed, Xian Yu had been the head elder for so many years, but his presence was virtually zero. The major and minor matters of the Pill Tower were mostly decided by Ruo Su. Xian Yu was practically made a figurehead. If it was another person carrying on like this also had no meaning. Might as well resign from the position of head elder to avoid embarrassment. Ruo Su's face revealed a look of great joy. He had suppressed Xian Yu for so many years, suddenly being ridden on top of his head by him. He was naturally rather unhappy. Now, he finally brought Xian Yu down. There was virtually little hope of Ruo Su to break through to the celestial deity realm and become a 5-star alchemy G.O.D., and his desire for power had inflated limitlessly. Losing the position of head elder was a crowning humiliation to him. Today, this disgrace was finally washed away. Those Pill Tower elders all looked very excited too. Clearly, they felt happy about the success of their team. Of course, under this kind of circumstances, they could not behave too overboard, but they were already ready to go back and congratulate properly. Head elder, why are you doing this? In our Pill Tower, your strength is the greatest. This position of head elder, you're the most suited. Yeah, head elder, you have to think thrice before acting. Head elder, this kind of joke mustn't be joked. Be careful, take caution. These elders all started urging. It was just that their tones appeared very perfunctory. Those present were all extremely experienced people, who could not tell. Cold Feather looked at this scene with a smile, having a disdainful look on his face, while Ning Ziyuan had his head lowered, looking straight down as if it had nothing to do with him. Clearly, he already learned to be wise. Today's matter was rather unusual. It was very likely to be related to Yi Yuan. Opening his mouth again, he would be a fool. At this time, Ning Ziyuan was very grateful to Ning Tianping in his heart. If it wasn't for him, the Ning family also would not benefit from being in a favorable position. They would definitely capsize again today. Doing it again today, that would be offending Yi Yuan to the core. Regarding these perfunctory voices to persuade him to stay, Xian Yu understood in his heart, but he just smiled faintly and said, "Many thanks, everyone." Not being the head elder, this old man is still a member of the Pill Tower and can still contribute to Heavenly Eagle. Ruo Su's face had unconcealable smugness, but he still consoled. Actually, I feel that it's a good thing for younger brother Xian Yu to temporarily resign from the position of head elder. He's only a step away from becoming a 5-star alchemy G.O.D. right now. It's time to put down secular affairs and seek to break through wholeheartedly. If younger brother Xian, you can break through to become a 5-star alchemy G.O.D., that will truly be a great thing for our Heavenly Eagle. These words sounded nice, but breaking through to become a 5-star alchemy G.O.D. it was easier said than done. It was not that to reach the half-step celestial deity realm, you just had to work hard slightly, and you would be able to break through to the celestial deity realm. Take Gao Yuan, that guy, as an example. Reached half-step celestial deity realm for several tens of thousands of years, but he didn't break through to the celestial deity realm either. Following that, everyone feigned another round of persuasion to stay. Xian Yu said coolly, "Everyone, there's no need to persuade me. This old man's mind is made up." At this point, the surface work had been done. Everyone naturally no longer tried to persuade him. He Chong said coolly, "What Ruo Su said is right. Xian Yu has already stepped into becoming a half-step celestial deity and should go into seclusion properly and strive to break through to become a 5-star alchemy G.O.D. Since his mind is made up, then this matter is decided. Now, I'll announce the new candidate for head elder." Hearing this, Ruo Su's face revealed an eager expression. Other people's gazes are also cast on him. Ruo Su was a little excited in his heart. The feeling of being the focus on attention was pretty good. In Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, the Pill Tower's position of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City had high authority and power. It could be said to be beneath 2 people and above tens of thousands. This kind of power, who could be unmoved. He Chong slowly opened his mouth and said, "The position of the Pill Tower's head elder is of utmost importance to my Heavenly Eagle. Naturally, the person with the greatest strength has to take on the post. This person is, speaking until here." He Chong deliberately paused, sweeping a glance over everyone's faces, finally stopped on Ruosu's face. That expression was somewhat complicated. However, the current Ruosu clearly did not notice it. His B.U.T. Tox already left his seat, preparing to receive the new appointment. "Yi Yuan." At this time, He Chong lightly spat these 2 words out of his mouth. Ruo Su's smile instantly froze on his face. He stood up halfway currently, but in the end, what He Chong spat out of his mouth was not his name. This scene was rather awkward. Everyone was extremely shocked, being rendered dumbfounded by this name. How could the head elder be Yi Yuan? How could the head elder possibly be Yi Yuan? "Gee, Grand Elder, is there a mistake?" Ruo Su said with a look of disbelief, even though he knew that Yi Yuan returned. Even if he broke through, he was also not qualified enough to be the head elder, right? He Chong's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Ruo Su, do you take this old man to be muddle-headed? Such a major matter. Would I be mistaken? Brothers, come on out." He Chong's words made everyone's entire body tremble. The city lord actually came in person? At this time, the door to the side hall slowly opened. An old man and a young man, 2 people, walked out. The old one was the city lord's Washujia, whose movements and traces were elusive and secretive. The young one was naturally Yi Yuan. Even Ning Ziyuan also trembled all over when he saw City Lord personally send Yi Yuan out. This matter of Yi Yuan's summing the post of head elder, he did not know beforehand. It was just that he felt that the timing of Xian Yu's resignation was too coincidental, so he faintly felt that it was related to Yi Yuan. But he did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually going to replace Xian Yu and take on the post of head elder. Furthermore, it was even City Lord escorting him over personally. The shocked ones were naturally not just Ning Ziyuan alone. The others were dumbfounded too. The matters in the city. City Lord never took an interest in them. If there really was something, it was also He Chong acting in capacity. They did not expect that this time, for the sake of Yi Yuan's summing the post, he actually came personally. Looking at Yi Yuan again, they were shocked again. Yi Yuan really broke through. Even though it somewhat could not be seen through, the aura on Yi Yuan's body was absolutely one in the Divine Lord realm without a doubt. However, letting a guy who just broke through to Divine Lord realm be the head elder, it was taking it too lightly, right? With Swashuja appearing, Chong took a back seat. Add a chair for Yi Yuan, put in on Xian Yu's right-hand side. Swashuja said coolly. Under the word of command, someone immediately added a seat to Xian Yu's right, letting Yi Yuan sit on it. Even though it was just a small gesture, it revealed Swashuja's regard for Yi Yuan. Ruo Su's expression flickered incessantly. He could not understand what capability this brat had to actually climb on top of his head. Swashuja gave everyone a glance and slowly opened his mouth and said, I know that many people among you all are puzzled why Yi Yuan should be the head elder. Actually, Yi Yuan wasn't willing to be this head elder. It was this city lord who requested repeatedly until he was willing to take the post. Chapter 16, 88 Thrown into Geode, Refining Abyss. Chapter 16, 88 Thrown into G. Oh, D Refining Abyss, W. Sea City Lord personally invited him to take the post. What a joke. What capability does he have? Even if he broke through, becoming the head elder is also too forceful, right? I'm not convinced. When the elders heard Swashuja's words, each and every one of them was extremely shocked. A brat who just broke through to the Divine Lord realm actually became the Pill Tower's head elder. This was also taking things too lightly. They all did not understand why City Lord would regard Yi Yuan so highly. Ruo Su was extremely unwilling in his heart. Xian Yu riding on his head, he was already very upset to begin with. Now, it was actually changed to Yi Yuan riding on his head. He could not tolerate it even more. He gritted his teeth and said, City Lord, I'm not convinced. A divine lord who just broke through becoming our heavenly eagle's head elder. This is also taking things too lightly. Swashuja gave him a glance and said coolly, head elder, this position has always been reigned by the strong. Otherwise, how to convince the Ma? SES? Inviting Yi Yuan to be the head elder is naturally because his ability is sufficient to convince the Ma. SES. Everyone's faces could not help changing when they heard that, all revealing disbelieving looks. Those present were all alchemy Dao major powers. They were not characters who were easy to fool. Even if a person refined rank 3 divine pills until it was transcendent, it also did not mean that the person could similarly do so with rank 4 divine pills. Same for those of the martial Dao. There was similarly a Civ gulf between martial Dao rank 3 and rank 4. This gulf needed time to bridge. Rank 4 divine pills. An alchemist needed to integrate world power to be able to form a pill, and the technique involved in this absolutely could not be utilized to the highest level in 1 or 2 days. Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao talent was unparalleled, so no one doubted that he could refine rank 4 divine pills as impressively as rank 3 divine pills in the future. But at the very most, Yi Yuan merely broke through in the past several decades. How could he possibly have such profound alchemy Dao strength? Ruo Su's expression was very ugly as he said in a solemn voice, City Lord's meaning is that Yi Yuan's current alchemy Dao strength already SES mine? Ruo Su isn't convinced. I want to compete with him. Swashuja smiled and said, no need. Let you see a person, you'll understand. Zheng Qi. At this time, a figure outside the great hall slowly walked in. It was precisely the Zheng Qi, who had already been missing for a long time. Seeing Zheng Qi, everyone's faces changed. Half-step celestial deity. Head Elder Zheng. He actually broke through? The stubborn injury on him is already all healed. Could this be Yi Yuan's work? This is impossible. When the group of elders saw Zheng Qi, their expressions abruptly changed. Forget that injuries fully recovered. He actually even broke through. Zhang Qi slowly stepped into the great hall. The past declining trend was swept clean, and what replaced it was boundless enthusiasm. He clasped his hands at Swashujia and He-chong and said, "Paying respects to City Lord, Grand Elder." Swashujia slowly nodded and said to everyone, Yi Yuan already completely cured Swashujia's hidden injuries. Furthermore, he even helped him improve a step further. Yi Yuan's strength, Xianyu also candidly acknowledged his defeat. That's why he would take the initiative to resign. "Do you all still have any objections?" The group of elders exchanged glances, being dumbstruck by amazement with today's sudden turn of events. Before coming, they were even mocking that Yi Yuan had no face to see people. But now, with a sway of his body, he actually became the head elder. What shocked them even more was that Yi Yuan just broke through not long, and his strength actually bested even Xianyu already. Such horrifying strength, it was naturally more than enough to be the head elder. However, Ruo Su was awkward, seeing that no one spoke anymore. So Shujia said coolly, "Actually, Yi Yuan originally already resigned from his post as an elder and wasn't willing to come out of retirement again. Yesterday, I found Yi Yuan for a long talk before he reluctantly agreed to it. Starting from today, Yi Yuan is the Pill Tower's head elder, presiding over all matters of the Pill Tower. Xianyu is the second elder, Ruo Su is the third elder, so on and so forth." Finished talking, Shuja said to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, the Pill Tower, this whole works will be entrusted to you in the future. However, your most important task is still cultivation. After all, you're my heavenly eagle's future." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "City Lord Rest S. Assured, Yi Yuan has a score in my heart." Shuja was not overselling Yi Yuan. He really talked until his jaws ached before convincing Yi Yuan. To Yi Yuan, the reason why he returned to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was primarily still because of the 500-year agreement with Li'er. Yi Yuan still had feelings for Heavenly Eagle. At least, in this place, there were quite a few of his fetters. Furthermore, Yi Yuan also understood that making an exception to promote him to become a Pill Tower elder back then was naturally Shujia's intention too. If this were not the case, he might still have to wait until D knows when to find Qin Shao to take revenge back then. In the end, he owed Shujia a favor. Hence, that was why he agreed to take on the post of head elder. Yi Yuan naturally understood that this position of head elder was not easy to be, but he did not mind either. Ruo Su could bully Xianyu, but wanting to bully him, Yi Yuan, he was still a bit too tender. Moreover, in front of absolute strength, any tactic was utterly useless. In alchemy Dao, Yi Yuan had such confidence. What Shujia said coolly, "I can naturally set my mind at ease with you. All right, this matter is settled like this." Finished talking, Shujia and He-chong, two people left straight away, leaving behind everyone with baffled faces. Ruo Su shot Yi Yuan a glance coldly, gave a cold snort, and turned around, about to leave. "Halt! Did I let you go?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Ruo Su suddenly turned around, eyes spewing fire as he said in a cold voice, "Yi Yuan, you don't be too smug." Yi Yuan looked at Ruo Su and said coolly, "It's true that a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. No wonder back then, Song Qiang, a disciple, dared to even turn his nose up at me. This elder, turns out that it was taught well by you, his master. City Lord's words earlier, could it be that you didn't hear?" Ruo Su was already beyond furious and roared loudly, "If this old man wants to leave, could it be that you can still stop?" Finished talking, his figure moved, directly walking out of the great hall in large strides. Right at this time, Cold Feather and Zheng Qi got up at the same time, one left and one right, stopping Ruo Su. The power of half-step celestial deity emitted off the two people's bodies. Ruosu's expression finally changed. He suddenly realized that these two great half-step celestial deities were both Yi Yuan's close buddies. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Brother Coldfeather, you're the Martial Hall's head elder. Defying one's superior and affronting the prestige of the head elder, what should be the punishment?" Coldfeather broke into a smile and said, "Apart from City Lord and Grand Elder, the head elder's authority is paramount and isn't permitted to be affronted. If there are offenders, throw into the Martial Tower's G. O, de-refining abyss." The G. O, de-refining abyss was a separate S. P. A C inside the Martial Tower, a place used specifically to punish prisoners. That Qin Xiao was currently imprisoned in the G. O, de-refining abyss. Ruosu's expression changed when he heard that and glared at Yi Yuan as he said, "Yi Yuan, you dare?" Yi Yuan laughed when he heard it and said, "Why wouldn't I not dare? Today is this elder's first day taking office, and you gave me an opening gambit. If I let you go out like this, how will I still be a head elder? Brother Coldfeather, Brother Zheng, take him down and throw him into the G.O.D. refining abyss for 3 months, so as to punish him." Chapter 1689, Ning Family Requesting for Pill. Chapter 1689, Ning Family Requesting for Pill. Yi Yuan, just you wait. Don't think that you can do whatever you please after becoming the head elder. Ruosu's voice got further and further. Then, the entire great hall was silent, quietly until even a pin dropping on the ground could be heard too. In these several tens of thousands of years, no one had ever dared to throw Ruosu into the G.O.D. refining abyss before. Yi Yuan actually did so. Who was Ruosu? He was Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's person in charge in these few tens of thousands of years. Even the former head elder Zheng Qi also did not dare to offend him too much. In reality, even though Zheng Qi had many discontentments with Ruosu in the past, it was basically all swallowing the knocked-out teeth into his stomach. After all, the Martial Tower had many areas where they needed to request the Pill Tower. Even if Xian Yu became the head elder, this kind of situation still did not change in the slightest. Coldfeather was unhappy with Ruosu, but he did not dare to really do anything to him as well. But today, this move of Yi Yuan's was too ruthless, staying 3 months in the G.O.D. refining abyss. The time was not long, but this punishment was awful. More importantly, to Ruosu, this kind of high and mighty important person, it was simply unprecedented humiliation. How would he still show his face to people after coming out? The group of elders all used extremely stunned gazes to look at Yi Yuan. Everyone said that new officials would make drastic changes to an organization upon taking charge. But this change was also done a little too aggressively, right? One had to know Ruosu's prestige in Heavenly Eagle was extremely high. His forces were even deeply entangled and difficult to deal with. Wanting to use 1G.O.D. refining abyss trip to uproot his forces, this was impossible. The elders on Ruosu's side all used gloating expressions to look at Yi Yuan. This newly appointed head elder was still too inexperienced, thinking that it could bring down Ruosu, but Yi Yuan did not have this awareness. Sitting on the seat of honor, he swept a glance over everyone and opened his mouth and said nonchalantly, "In the future, if somebody dares to defy their superiors, the crime will be the same as Ruosu's. Additionally, this elder has just taken office. I naturally have to give everyone some benefits. Starting from today, within 3 months, all elders can rely on their contribution points to find me to refine medicinal pills. You all can also refine pills for your juniors." When Yi Yuan finished talking, he discovered that these elders' reactions were all very indifferent. No one actually took the initiative to come find him to refine pills. But regarding this kind of situation, Yi Yuan had long expected it. Ruo Su was too deeply entrenched in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. These elders, regardless of whether the Pill Tower or Marshall Tower's elders, all did not dare to offend him. It was still unknown who would gain supremacy. How could they dare to easily choose teams? At this time, the Ning Ziyuan, who had been silent all along, suddenly stood up and said to Yi Yuan with an excited look, "Head Elder, I wonder if you can refine the Tenghai SP, a sea-splitting pill?" Yi Yuan gave Ning Ziyuan a glance, rather surprisedly, not expecting that the one who stepped forward at this time was actually him. One had to know, stepping forward at this time was equivalent to utterly falling out with Ruo Su. But thinking about it, Yi Yuan also felt relieved. Compared to falling out with Ruo Su, Ning Ziyuan clearly valued the increase of his own strength more. Reaching Ning Ziyuan's current realm, the medicinal pills capable of letting him improve were not many anymore. And this Tenghai SP, a sea-splitting pill, was precisely one of them. Reaching the Divine Lord realm, the increase in strength was not just how much divine essence AMA said anymore. What they regarded more highly was developing the inner world. Ning Ziyuan had stopped at the 8th layered Heaven Divine Lord realm for many years already, failing to break through to become a 9th layered Heaven Divine Lord for a long time. He had also found Ruo Su to refine the Tenghai SP, a sea-splitting pill before. But Ruo Su refined a few times, and it all failed. This was a level 7 difficulty medicinal pill. Even for Xian Yu and Ruo Su, the success rate of refining was extremely low too. Yi Yuan gave Ning Ziyuan a glance and said, "Coolly, you gather the spirit medicines and come find me tomorrow. All right, all disperse." Ning Ziyuan was scheming and calculating and rarely got excited. But now, his face actually appeared somewhat flushed, became of agitation. "Elder Ning, you really believe that he can refine the Tenghai SP, a sea-splitting pill? At that time, if he can't refine it, your Ning family will have a good show to watch." "Yeah, Elder Ning, you were also too reckless this time." "Elder Ning, I'm somewhat pitying you right now." These elders all came in front of Ning Ziyuan, expressing their sympathy and gloating over his misfortune. They totally did not believe that Yi Yuan could refine the Tenghai SP, a sea-splitting pill. In fact, they did not even believe that Yi Yuan could cure Zhengqi. The vast majority of them were guessing if Yi Yuan obtained some essence replinis, HI plus ing and vitality noris, HI plus ing supreme treasure, while traveling outside. That's how it brought Zhengqi back to life, even breaking through the shackles. To say that Yi Yuan refined such a high-difficulty medicinal pill, they really did not believe. Toward this, Ning Ziyuan just smiled, did not say much. With Ning tiamping around, his understanding of Yi Yuan was naturally not what these fools could compare to. On the second day, Ning Ziyuan indeed came to find Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan saw that he was somewhat hesitating and said, "Coolly, just say whatever you want to say. I don't like to beat around the bush." Ning Ziyuan was slightly embarrassed, said as he said, "Head Elder, it's like this. There are some people in our clan who heard that Head Elder can personally refine pills, and all want to request pills from you. Wonder if—" Yi Yuan gave Ning Ziyuan a glance. The other party could not help feeling somewhat guilty, as if being seen through by Yi Yuan. The Ning family's clansmen would request pills from him? This was probably Ning Ziyuan deciding all on his own, right? He wanted to increase the family clan strength, and was also afraid of offending Yi Yuan. That was why he said it like this. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Since I personally promised, I naturally won't go back on my words. You leave behind all the spirit medicines, the contribution points will be deducted from you. 5 days later, come over to fetch the pills." The moment Ning Ziyuan heard, he could not help being overjoyed, and said, Many thanks, head elder. After Ning Ziyuan left, Ning Tianping revealed his figure and thanked Yi Yuan with a bow. Many thanks, Your Excellency, for not taking prior transgressions to heart and refining pills for the Ning family's members. Yi Yuan smiled and said, This family head of yours helped me out a lot this time. Otherwise, this deadlock would really be hard to clear. Ning Tianping smiled and said, That's Your Excellency's charity to the Ning family. With this chance placed in front of him, the family head naturally values the Ning family's future more. Family head has already been stuck being an 8th-layered heaven divine lord for tens of thousands of years and has always been unable to break through. Once this opportunity is missed, it will be hard for him to want to break through. With his shrewdness, how could he possibly let go? Yi Yuan sized Ning Tianping up and said with a nod, Your cultivation recently, the rate of progress is pretty good. Ning Tianping smiled and said, Is Your Excellency praising yourself? This is all thanks to Your Excellency's medicinal pills. After Your Excellency broke through to become a 4-star alchemy G.O.D., the medicinal pills refined are even more miraculous. My cultivation simply advances by leaps and bounds. At this speed, I can probably salt the 5th-layered Heaven Divine Lord realm in less than 50 years. These few days, Yi Yuan refined quite a few medicinal pills for Ning Tianping. Ning Tianping ate those ordinary rank 4 divine pills like swallowing miracle elixirs, strength improving by leaps and bounds. Now, he already became a middle-stage 4th-layered Heaven Divine Lord. This cultivation speed could be rated as horrifying in Divine Lord realm. Very soon, a month's time said, the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City stirred up overnight. Chapter 1690 Stirring Up the Entire City. Chapter 1690 Stirring Up the Entire City, a Ning family's clan elder, who was a 6th-layered Heaven Divine Lord, Ning Songhai, broke through to become a 7th-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Another Ning family's clan elder, who was a 5th-layered Heaven Divine Lord, Ning Zhongkai, also broke through, becoming a 6th-layered Heaven Divine Lord. The Ning family's patriarch, Ning Ziyuan, finally broke through his bottleneck, becoming a 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lord. News after another stirred up the entire city, sweeping across the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, like the wind. It was as if overnight the entire Ning family ascended, those Ning family clan elders sitting around waiting to die, without any hopes of breaking through, actually all broke through. This news was too shocking. Of course, the most shocking one was still Ning Ziyuan's breakthrough. What did a 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lord mean? It meant standing at the summit of the Imperial City. Apart from celestial deity powerhouses, 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lords were the strongest. Furthermore, after becoming a 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lord, it also meant that Ning Ziyuan had the chance to touch that fleeting and ephemeral celestial deity realm. No matter whether it was successful or not, at least he had this qualification. In the city, how many could have such qualifications? Hey, this news wouldn't be fake, right? Those few old fellows were already approaching their hour of death. They actually broke through? How can this be fake? Those few old things are beside themselves with joy. Wisconsin H. I, plussing for the entire city to know that they broke through. This is also too coincidental, right? It couldn't be that the Ning family collectively gained enlightenment, right? Enlightenment, my *SS. Are you dumb? Head Elder Yi Yuan promised at the elders' meeting that all of the elders can find him to refine pills, but body took him seriously. Only Ning Ziyuan alone requested him to refine pills. In the end, the Ning family's members all ascended overnight. Is this real or fake? Didn't Head Elder Yi Yuan just break through not long ago? His alchemy skills already reached such a terrifying degree? The powerhouses in the imperial city were all discussing this matter. To Divine Lord realm martial artists, what else could be more attractive than breaking through? Hence, within the major family clans, they were all thrown into utter disarray. Especially among those elders' families, it became a total mess. Those clan elders were all blaming the patriarchs. Why didn't they go and request pills from head elder Yi Yuan at the S.H.I. plus family's residence? Several old fellows were pointing at S.H.I. plus Feng's nose and scolding him. S.H.I. plus Feng and Ning Ziyuan could be said to be two heroes who existed side by side. The two were both eighth-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouses, both occupying a very important position in the Elders' Association. The S.H.I. plus family and Ning family had also been secretly competing all along. S.H.I. plus Feng and Ruo Su walked very close, so they had always been suppressing the Ning family. In this matter, S.H.I. plus Feng chose to stand on Ruo Su's side without any hesitation. That day, Ning Ziyuan's very cautious appearance, S.H.I. plus Feng was still very disdainful when he saw it, even somewhat looking down on Ning Ziyuan's groveling. In his presence, he did not have qualms reproving Ning Ziyuan behind his back. But who knew that only a month's time said. And then Ning Ziyuan actually directly broke through, becoming a ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouse. S.H.I. plus Feng was utterly stunned by this news. But he had not come back to his senses yet, and a bunch of clan elders blocked him in tightly, all pointing at his nose and scolding. S.H.I. plus Feng, how are you serving as the family head? S.H.I. plus Feng, you're also too much. Head Elder Yi Yuan was personally invited by City Lord, but you actually didn't give him face. It's great now, right? The Ning family members' noses are all facing the sky. You look at us. Take a look at us. These clan elders were all very elderly figures. Many of them were S.H.I. plus Feng's elders. Scolding him was not weird at all, not giving him any face at all. S.H.I. plus Feng was scolded until his face turned green, but he could not do anything at all. These old fellows did not have other capabilities and only knew how to say this, and that all day long. All right, hold your horses. Elders, aren't I thinking of ways to remedy it here? S.H.I. plus Feng brushed it off for quite a while, finally throwing these old fellows off. But he felt his head aching too. Right now, the development of the situation in the city far exceeded his imagination. This move was truly earth-shattering. One could imagine that right now, the threshold of head elder Yi Yuan's manor was already being trampled flat. S.H.I. plus Feng finally understood why Yi Yuan dared to directly throw Ruo Su into the G.O.D. refining abyss. He based it on absolute confidence in his own strength. Without genuine ability, don't go and do what you can accomplish. Yi Yuan and Xian Yu walked very closely, so it was impossible to not know how great Ruo Su's force in Heavenly Eagle was. But he still dared to take over this position of head elder. This showed that he definitely had some reliance. What Yi Yuan needed was merely a breakthrough point. Very luckily, the Ning family became this breakthrough point. S.H.I. plus Feng suddenly discovered that he reacted too late after it happened. Thinking these through now was already too late. One misstep, and then every step was wrong. The time limit given by Yi Yuan was only 3 months. Now, a month had already passed. The next 2 months' time, there would be countless families racking their heads, wanting to fight for this spot. The time was too short. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to put all of his energy on one family like the Ning family. Currently, the initiative was already completely grasped in Yi Yuan's hands. Whoever he wanted to refine pills for, he would refine pills for. Whoever was an eyesore, he could completely cast you aside. S.H.I. Plus Fong heaved a sigh, slowly stood up, and walked over towards Yi Manor. Sure enough, the guardhouse of Yi Manor was already packed full of people. It could already open up a tea house. Except, everyone's faces had worried looks, looking like prisoners awaiting trial. Normally, when everyone saw S.H.I. Plus Fong, they would definitely say H.E.L. low right away. But today, not a single person actually cared about him. S.H.I. Plus Fong saw an elder he was on good terms with, and went up to ask, "Brother Zhao, who is head elder meeting?" This person was called Zhao Yibin, the Zhao family's patriarch. When Zhao Yibin lifted his head and saw that it was S.H.I. Plus Fong, he could not refrain from complaining. He said, "Who else can it be? Isn't it all the Ning family, that bunch of B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S? Humph! Look how smug they are." The moment he said this, the others immediately exploded. "Zhao Yibin, if you want to offend head elder, don't cause trouble for us." Yeah, the Ning family is the favorite of head elder currently. What's wrong with being a little smug? Aren't you just feeling unfair in your heart to see Ning Songhai's cultivation catch up to yours? One person, one mouthful of spittle, they could directly drown Zhao Yibin to death. Yet, Zhao Yibin did not dare to lose his temper, immediately realizing his loss of composure, and apologized to everyone. "Everybody, calm your anger. Everyone calm your anger. It was all this Zhao's fault." Only after a bout of apologizing did everyone's wrath subside. When S.H.I. Plus Fong saw this scene, he was immediately dumbfounded. Everyone's nerves were already sensitive to such an extent. Who knew that Zhao Yibin shot S.H.I. Plus Fong a fierce glare and stopped talking. S.H.I. Plus Fong was speechless. Only now did he know what kind of shock the Ning family's collective breakthrough brought to everyone. Now, everyone was afraid of offending Yi Yuan by saying a word. Right at this time, Ning Ziyuan brought a group of old fellows and came out of the Yi Manor hastily. The moment Ning Ziyuan saw S.H.I. Plus Fong, he laughed smugly and said, "S.H.I. Plus Fong, what did you all say to me that day? Grovel and wagging my tail? Now, even if you grovel in the dirt and wag your tail, head elder might not give you this chance either. Ha ha ha." Chapter 16, 91 Heavenly Eagle Change, Heavens. 1691 Heavenly Eagle Change, Heavens S.H.I. Plus Feng's face immediately turned black like the bottom of a wok, but he could not refute it. Did he want to grovel and wag his tail? Of course, he wanted to. Too freaking wanted to. Who could refuse the allure of achieving a breakthrough, becoming a 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lord? If Yi Yuan gave him a chance to grovel and wag his tail right now, he definitely would. But the problem was, would Yi Yuan give it? Ning Ziyuan's body faintly exuded a powerful aura. That was the aura belonging to a 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lord. He S.H.I. Plus Fong yearned for such strength so much. Looking behind him again, that bunch of old fellows were in high and vigorous spirits. How was there any hint of being old and ailing like a candle in the wind? Especially Ning Songhai, breaking through to become 7th-layered Heaven Divine Lord in one stroke. He would have the qualifications to enter the Elders A.S. Association. The Ning family would occupy another spot in the Elders A.S. Association. This significance was huge. Family head is really wise. This time, our Ning family thoroughly overshadowed the S.H.I. Plus family. In the future, our Ning family will do head elder Yi Yuan's bidding without a word. Oh, you guys better hurry up and think of ways on how to let head elder Yi Yuan cool down. Haha, the Ning family's clan elders were all extremely pleased with themselves. That appearance was like villains intoxicated with success. However, they had this qualification, because they knew that, in the future, no family could surpass the Ning family anymore. Yi Yuan naturally would not be indifferent to the other families, but he absolutely would not treat the other families like the Ning family. This was the difference in the degree of intimacy. Ning Ziyuan laughed and said, S-H-I plus phone, don't blame me for not warning you. It's best that you rack your brain and think of how to cut off relations with Ruo Su. This is your only hope. Ha ha ha. Finished talking, Ning Ziyuan brought the group of elders and swaggered away. S-H-I plus Feng's brows furrowed and could not help musing. Not just S-H-I plus Feng. The others similarly fell into deep thought. There were some hints in Ning Ziyuan's words. 3 months pa-s, said in a blink. During these 3 months, Ruo Su suffered the pain of having his mind withered away. Even his entire person withered considerably, leaving the G-O-D refining abyss. Ruo Su gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Yi Yuan, do you really think that you do whatever you want when you become the head elder? This old man will let you know what's called too high to touch. Ruo Su did not even return home and went to the S-H-I plus family straight away. But what he did not expect was that the one who came out to meet him was actually S-H-I plus Song and not S-H-I plus Phone. The person that the S-H-I plus family sent out was S-H-I plus Song. Seeing Ruo Su, S-H-I plus Song clasped his hands and said, S-H-I plus Song has seen third elder. Ruo Su's face fell, and he said unhappily, S-H-I plus Song, what did you call me? From being the head elder to the second elder, and then from the second elder to the third elder. This was the greatest pain in Ruo Su's heart, and also the greatest shame. This S-H-I plus Song actually rubbed his nose in it. However, S-H-I plus Song said very calmly, Third elder, this was personally dictated by City Lord. This S-H-I plus Song is just A-N-O, body. Third elder, you've already stayed in the G-O-D refining abyss for 3 months. Please don't make things difficult for S-H-I plus Song. Ruo Su's face turned black. S-H-I plus Song's words rendered him speechless. Yes, Yi Yuan had just set the rules, so who would slam into the spearhead? Wasn't this looking for abuse? Ruo Su said unhappily. We're in private, so what are you scared of? Can Yi Yuan, really cover the sky with one hand? This old man coming out this time. I'll definitely play him to death. S-H-I plus Song sneered in his heart, but said indifferently on the surface. Third elder, there are no walls in the world without a crack. S-H-I plus Song is just an unimportant character. Third elder, don't make things difficult for me anymore. Ruo Su was in an irritable mood and waved his hand and said, Forget it, forget it. Where's S-H-I plus Phone? Call him out to see me. S-H-I plus Song said, Third elder really came untimely. Patriarch, he recently had some accidental gains and just entered seclusion a few days back. He likely won't come out anytime soon. The moment Ruo Su heard, he said in a great rage, What? At this juncture, he actually went into closed seclusion. Could it be that he wants to see Yi Yuan S-H-I plus T and P-I-S, S on the S-H-I plus family's head? This be L-O-O-D-Y-B-A-S-T-A-R-D. Ruo Su had an enraged appearance from disappointment. Clearly, he was very angry. not going into a retreat earlier or later. He just had to enter closed seclusion at this juncture where Ruosu came out of the G. Oh, D refining abyss. If it were before, S, H, I, plus song naturally would not have any problem with it. But now, he was very unhappy in his heart. Did this Ruosu really take the S, H, I, plus family to be a dog of his? S, H, I, plus song said. This is also something that can't be helped. If third elder has something, please come again another day. The expression on Ruosu's face was very ugly, giving S, H, I, plus song a fierce glare. He then left. After Ruosu left, S, H, I, plus Feng's figure slowly came out. S, H, I, plus song said with an angry look, Patriarch, this old fogey really takes our S, H, I, plus family to be a dog raised by him. Does he think that the current heavenly eagle is still the heavenly eagle 3 months ago? If I were to say, we might as well directly lose all decorum with him. S, H, I, plus Feng said coolly, do you think that by losing all decorum, head elder will be able to accept us? Our muddy waters are too deep. Sigh, right now our S, H, I, plus family can only tuck our tails between our legs and behave. We can't provoke anyone. A single misstep, and it's eternal D, A, M, nation. S, H, I, plus song's expression changed, and he said in surprise, Patriarch, it wouldn't be so serious, right? S, H, I, plus phone gave him a glance and said, it will be only more serious than you think. Head elders means already Serpa. S, said your, and my understanding. As long as he's willing, he can support another family up like the Ning family at any time. At that time, it wouldn't be the situation of whatever S, H, I, plus family and Ning family contending for hegemony anymore. The S, H, I, plus family's existence will also become dispensable. Do you think it's serious or not? S, H, I, plus Song's heart shook wildly. He suddenly discovered that the S, H, I, plus family was glorious on the surface right now, but actually it was already in deep crisis. Furthermore, what S, H, I, plus Feng said was not exaggerating things to raise an alarm. Within a short 2 months, there had already been more than 20 middle-stage Divine Lord realm powerhouses who broke through in the city. When others were breaking through and you still marched on the spot, then you would be eliminated sooner or later. Currently, it was not just the Marshall Towers elders. Even those Pill Towers elders could not sit still anymore as well. Did the Pill Towers elders not need to break through? They desired to break through too. But they themselves could not refine medicinal pills capable of breaking through at all. But the problem was that they could not, but Yi Yuan could. Will you beg me? Do you acknowledge me as the head elder? Within 3 months, the heavens of the heavenly Eagle Imperial City already thoroughly changed. After getting rebuffed at the door several times in a row, Ruosu finally discovered that something was rather wrong. These guys seemed to have discussed it. It was either closed seclusion or busy. It was as if he became a plague, and everyone was staying away from him. When suffering torment in the G-O-D refining abyss, he already thought of a countermeasure and prepared to come out and go all out. But after he came out, Ruosu suddenly discovered that he already became a loner, a belly full of methods, but he was unable to use a single one. Finally, Ruosu came to find the disciple that he was proud of, Song Chiang. Upon asking, he finally understood what happened. Ruosu's heart shook wildly. He completely could not imagine that Yi Yuan, who had just broken through his alchemy Dao strength, was already actually overwhelmingly horrifying. Chapter 16, 92 Golden Sword Pact. Chapter 16, 92 Golden Sword Pact. At the Yi Manor, a burst of hearty laughter came from inside a hall. Ha ha ha! truly refres. I plus ing. This old man fought with Ruo Su that punk for so many years and couldn't do anything to him. You only used 3 months, and you cleaned him up properly, Coldfeather said with a big laugh. Zhengqi also smiled and said, That old punk. I've also had enough of him when I was the Marshall Tower's head elder these few years. Now it feels all better. The Marshall Tower was under the control of the Pill Tower. This was something that could not be helped. Whoever came could not change this situation either. Hence, no matter whether Coldfeather or Zhengqi became the head elder, the result was all the same, even if their strength was stronger than Ruo Su. 3 months' time Pa-S, said. Ruo Su came out of the G.O.D. refining abyss, but discovered that everything had changed. The entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was not receptive to him. Even those Pill Tower elders who looked to him for instructions in the past also all dove into Yi Yuan's camp, using Ruo Su's words to say this was going to lick Yi Yuan's stinky boots. Yet everyone gladly endured the hards. I plus P, Coldfeather, the 3 of them, simply prostrated in admiration towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was clearly different from them, these martial arts and alchemy fanatics. His means emerged in endless streams. Dealt a blow, gave a sweet date. Struck another blow, gave another sweet date. He did not keep people 1,000 miles away, and did not bring you in either, just letting you wait at the entrance. These elders and deacons obeyed, and carried out whatever Yi Yuan said now. Yi Yuan said head east. They absolutely did not dare to head west. The method of political games, Yi Yuan played it to perfection. Coldfeather, they all were also dumbfounded with amazement from watching these few days. Was this kid really only several hundred years old? This was simply an old cunning demon. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Ruo Su, this person's desire for power is too strong. This kind of people wielding power, the internal friction will be too much. I'm not willing to join in this kind of struggle, but since I promised City Lord, I naturally have to do it well. Xianyu nodded and said with a smile, You've already done sufficiently well. Right now, the Pill Tower has already gone onto the right track under your management. You handle affairs fairly, show no partiality to either side. Even though the time was short, you already won people's hearts. Coldfeather also nodded and said, You, kid, indeed have some skill, much more capable than the few of us old fellows. Now, regardless of whether the Pill Tower or Marshall Tower, they are convinced by you, head elder Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha, just nice. This old man will also be retiring, having made my mark. Yi Yuan, being head elder, did not appoint people on the basis of favoritism. A few days ago, someone was haughty from being conferred favors and was even fiercely punished by Yi Yuan. Ever since then, Yi Yuan's prestige was also truly established. The current Heavenly Eagle Imperial City could be said to be strongly united as one. Yi Yuan looked at Coldfeather and said, Brother Coldfeather, so many years have already said. You still haven't touched that threshold? Coldfeather smiled bitterly and said, How can it be that easy? This half-step is as hard as ascending to heaven. Although Coldfeather was called an unprecedented prodigy, wanting to break through to the celestial deity realm, it was still somewhat beyond his reach too. These few hundred years, even though his realm soared wildly, his foundation was also completely used entirely during these few hundred years. The celestial deity realm could not be broken through just based on one's foundation. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Say that it's hard, it's also hard. Say that it's not difficult either. One sentence made Zhengqi and Coldfeather's bodies tremble at the same time. Yi Yuan's words had a hidden meaning. Xianyu, who was by the side, seemed to have thought of something and said in shock, Yi Yuan, are you able to refine the supreme jade void pill already? Supreme Jade Void Pill. This, Yi Yuan, it isn't real, right? Cold Feather's entire body trembled violently, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Rank 3 had the vast Sun Universe pill, while Rank 4 had the Supreme Jade Void pill. This medicinal pill was naturally used to help martial artists break through to the celestial deity realm. Except, like how 3-star alchemy DS could not refine a vast Sun Universe pill for 4-star alchemy DS to want to refine a Supreme Jade Void pill. It was simply a fool's talk. To Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, no one had ever thought of wanting to go and refine this medicinal pill either. Hence, when Xianyu said this name, Cold Feather 2 people palpated with eagerness. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "As for now, it's still too early. But this day shouldn't be far either." After breaking through to the divine vortex realm, the majority of Yi Yuan's effort was placed on researching alchemy Dao, for him to be able to refine the Tunghai SPAC splitting pill, such a high-difficulty medicinal pill, so quickly. This was naturally inseparable from his hard work too. Except, Rank 4 divine pills were indeed a Civ watershed. The refining difficulty was G. D knows how many times harder than Rank 3 divine pills. Even if it was Yi Yuan wanting to refine level 9 difficulty Rank 4 divine pills in a short time, it was still somewhat beyond his power. However, although Yi Yuan's words were spoken out nonchalantly, in the other few people's ears, it was akin to a bolt out of the blue. Xianyu smiled bitterly and said, "You brat, you really don't know what to say about you. This old man studied alchemy Dao for 100,000 years, but I haven't even touched the borders of level 8 difficulty. You just broke through for several decades and are already almost able to refine the Supreme Jade Void pill. If this old man's skin was a little thinner, I'd really hit my head and die." When the few people heard, they all guffawed with laughter. Although it was teasing, Yi Yuan's alchemy talent indeed made them visibly moved. It's just that the few primary medicines that the Supreme Jade Void pill requires are all extremely hard to come by treasures. Our Heavenly Eagle Imperial City doesn't seem to have a complete range, right? Cold Feather suddenly said, "A clever housewife could not cook a meal without rice." Even if Yi Yuan had the ability to refine pills without spirit medicines, he still did not have a way. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You guys set your mind at ease about this. On this trip out, he collected quite a few precious spirit medicines. Disregarding other things, helping the two of you break through is no big problem." The moment Cold Feather 2 people heard, they were wildly elated in their hearts. Cold Feather said, "Yi Yuan, if this old man can break through to the celestial deity realm, this old life will be considered sold to you." Zheng Qi smiled bitterly and said, "Grandmaster, my life was saved by him in the first place. This grace is hard to repay even with 10,000 deaths." The few people were currently talking when a layer of ripple appeared in the SPAC. 2 figures slowly walked out. They were City Lords Washujia and Hichong, paying respects to City Lord, paying respects to Grand Elder. Cold Feather and the rest hurriedly went up to salute. Washujia's expression was rather ugly as he said in a solemn voice, "All sit down. This City Lord has something to tell you all." Seeing Washujia's appearance, Cold Feather and the rest of their hearts involuntarily thumped. Looks like it was not some good thing. Swashujia reached his hand out, a small golden sword suspended on his palm. Golden sword token. This is Utmost Peace Imperial City's golden sword token. They're going to activate the Golden Sword Pact. Zheng Qi's expression changed greatly as he said. Swashujia nodded and said, "This seat has just received Utmost Peace Imperial City's golden sword token. They've agreed upon to launch the Golden Sword Pact 10 years later. Looks like this time They will not rest until they are dead. Cold Feather few people's faces instantly became ugly to the extreme. They are bullying others too far. Cold Feather gritted his teeth and said, "Utmost peace, Imperial City. Among us low-order Imperial cities, their strength is very powerful, activating the Golden Sword Pact. Who can stop them?" Zhang Qi said, full of bitterness. Zhuge heaved a sigh and said to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, Utmost Peace Imperial City is aiming for you this time. Why not? You leave Heavenly Eagle first, and avoid the limelight for the time being." Chapter 1693, Who Dictates? Chapter 1693, Who Dictates? They came for the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. Yi Yuan did not reveal a visible change in countenance, appearing very calm. He did not understand what this Golden Sword Pact was, but Utmost Peace Imperial City provoked them time and again. Apart from the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain, there was likely no other possibilities. Zhuge nodded and said, "They activated the Golden Sword Pact and mentioned that they wanted us to hand over the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. If not for the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain, Utmost Peace Imperial City also would not go through such great trouble." Even under the command of the same Heavenly Emperor, the relations HI plus P between imperial cities was also not very harmonious. Imperial cities were different from capital cities. Because of the geographical relations, HI plus P imperial cities were extremely far apart. It was also impossible for the imperial capital to be able to control every imperial city. Hence, an imperial city of this level was actually relatively independent. Therefore, some friction often happened between imperial cities, and it was also very normal. Even if there was a valid reason, there was no incident of one imperial city destroying another in a normal situation. An imperial city was equivalent to the mortal world's Virginia S. Sal state, and one imperial city making a move against another imperial city needed to issue a Golden Sword token to the other party. The Golden Sword Pact that Utmost Peace Imperial City activated was the first mode of the Golden Sword token. It was considered relatively gentle. This was the direct contention between both sides' upper echelons. The loser would have to hand over the item that the other party asked for with both hands. And the second mode was to directly shatter this golden sword. Then it was an irreconcilable till-death situation for both sides. The two imperial cities would be plunged into war. Yi Yuan gained a clear item of this Golden Sword Pact and asked Zhuge, "City Lord, that Utmost Peace Imperial City's City Lord, I don't know if you're his match. Are you?" Zhuge's eyes narrowed slightly, extremely shocked in his heart. Could the meaning in Yi Yuan's words be to really have a life and death struggle with Utmost Peace Imperial City? He shook his head and said, "Yi Yuan, I know that you aren't willing, but Utmost Peace Imperial City is powerful and is a mid-upper imperial city in strength among our Southridge 10 cities. Our Heavenly Eagle Imperial City has no way of competing. As for that Xiao Anshan, even though he's the same as me, both second-layered heaven celestial deities, he is already a peak second-layered heaven celestial deity. I'm not his match." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then if I lend you the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain?" Zhuge's entire body trembled, and he said rather excitedly, "If I have the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain in possession, I have at least 70% assurance to defeat him." However, he immediately became dejected and continued, "It's no use. Utmost Peace has 4 great celestial deities. Even though 3 of them are first-layered heaven celestial deities, Hichong alone isn't a match." Yi Yuan held his palm out. A small black hill emerged. "City Lord, it is not that Yi Yuan is stingy, but this Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain is still very useful to Yi Yuan. Otherwise, even giving to you is fine. In these 10 years, the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain will be under the charge of City Lord. I hope that City Lord uses it to win victory at the unfurling of the flag." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's palm pushed, the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain landed in Zhuoshujia's hand. Zhuoshujia's shock was by no means insignificant. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so generous to be willing to lend the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain for him to use. Before waiting for him to get over his shock, Yi Yuan took out another dark yellow-colored rope. Zhuoshujia and He Chang's gazes turned intent, and they cried out, "Immortal binding rope!" Yi Yuan threw the immortal binding rope to He Chang and said with a smile, "Grand Elder, this immortal binding rope is useless to this Yi. Give it to you?" At this time, He Chang's entire person was in a daze. He had never thought that he would actually own a celestial deity mystic treasure one day. This was a celestial deity mystic treasure. Yi Yuan gave it to him just like this. Is this really given to me? He Chang still had a look of disbelief until now. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Can this still be fake? Lend me a gallbladder, and I also won't dare to crack jokes with Grand Elder." Seeing Yi Yuan's eyes, He Chang was convinced that he was not joking with him. He Chang sucked in a deep breath and said to Yi Yuan, "All right, then I won't be pretentious anymore. Yi Yuan, if you have any needs in the future, feel free to ask me." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Even if Grand Elder doesn't say, Yi Yuan has to ask the two of you for help too." Zhuoshuja and He Chang exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise from the other party's eyes. Seemed like this Yi Yuan had long had a plan in mind. Yi Yuan said, "In these 10 years, the two of you please collect more rank 4 spirit medicines back. The more the better. As for the Golden Sword Pact, the two of you can rest assured. They won't be CKY soon enough." Zhuoshuja and He Chang suddenly felt that this world already did not belong to them. They came to urge Yi Yuan to leave, but now it was different. Yi Yuan had one word for them: fight. Could a first-layered heaven divine Lord be dictating this struggle between celestial deity realms? Thinking about it, the two people felt that it was inconceivable. Xian Yu was rather worried as he said, "Yi Yuan, there are only 10 years more. Do you have confidence in refining the Supreme Jade Void Pill within 10 years? "What? Supreme Jade Void Pill?" Although they were celestial deity powerhouses, Zhuoshuja and He Chang's reactions were no different from Cold Feather and the others previously. Supreme Jade Void Pill. This term was too distant from them. At this time, the two of them finally understood where Yi Yuan's confidence lay. Yi Yuan said, "I don't know either, but I will give it my best. All in all, running isn't a solution. Activating the Golden Sword token this time, they are clearly coming for us. Even if I really leave, they probably won't let Heavenly Eagle Imperial City go that easily either." Having said this, Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said, "Since they dared to reach their hands out, then they'll have to be prepared to be bitten." Yi Yuan was naturally not willing to leave. At present, close to 400 years had said. There was still around 100 years to the 500-year agreement. Leaving at this time, if he missed Lier and they all, there would be many twists and turns again. Yi Yuan had long made a decision in his heart. Since he was not able to avoid it, then just battle. He wanted to rely on his own power and let the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City become powerful. At Utmost Peace Imperial City, Xiao Anshan's gaze swept over the group of powerhouses below and said coolly, "This time, we must obtain the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. If Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's people are impervious to reason, then kill without mercy." When Yilin said, "This kid called Yi Yuan has escaped several calamities time and again. This time, We absolutely can't let him get away. Qiao Anshan said, "Relax, this seat has already laid down an All-Incompa. Sing net, just waiting for him to escape." Zhuoshuja, that coward, after receiving the Golden Sword token, he'll definitely let Yi Yuan escape. When Yilin gave a thumbs up and praised, City Lord truly takes every conceivable possibility into account. This punk called Yi Yuan is truly tired of living, to actually dare provoke a lion in its den. Not only did he kill Gao Yuan, he even head away the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain and Immortal Binding Rope. If he doesn't die, it will be hard for this old man to dispel the hatred in my heart. Qiao Anshan smiled and said, "Relax, he's dead for sure this time. Also, you get Yang Fan to prepare well. This time, let him personally avenge Gao Yuan." Chapter 16, 94 Jumping Clowns. Chapter 16, 94 Jumping Clowns. Qiao Anshan never dreamed that the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, which only had 2 celestial deity powerhouses, actually dared to have a battle with him. After guarding bitterly for 10 years, every important communication route of Heavenly Eagles yielded nothing, making Qiao Anshan badly depressed. One had to know he paid a considerable price in order to seal off Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. After all, he, a powerhouse from Utmost Peace Imperial City, had no way of completely covering Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. But the final result was pointlessly wasting 10 years. City Lord, the day of the Golden Sword Pact is getting closer and closer. Zhuoshuja, that guy wouldn't really want to fight to the bitter end with us, right? When Yilin asked rather anxiously, Qiao Anshan had a feeling like his heart was dripping blood. Hearing that, he said in a cold voice, "Since Zhuoshuja himself wants to seek death, then this seat will fulfill his wishes. This time, we'll wipe out Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, while we're at it, turning it into our puppet." When Yilin nodded and said, "This is them courting death, then we can't be blamed." Between imperial cities, if it was not a last resort, they would not exterminate the other party, killing 1,000 of the enemy, losing 800 of your own. Although Qiao Anshan's strength was strong, if he really wanted to kill Zhuoshuja, he would pay a terrible price too. The truly weak ones had long been eradicated. Now, those able to survive were clearly all not weaklings. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was just relatively weaker, and Zhuoshuja was the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's sea-stabilizing needle. But the situation this time was somewhat different. Qiao Anshan finally could not hold back anymore. As long as this seat refines the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain, I'll be able to break through to become a third-layered heaven celestial deity. At that time, our Utmost Peace Imperial City will be sufficient to rank in the top 3 among the Southridge 10 cities. Therefore, even at the risk of severe injuries, we have to obtain the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain this time too. Qiao Anshan said in a solemn voice. On this day, the cloud and winds above Heavenly Eagle Imperial City suddenly changed erratically. Over a dozen powerhouses stepped over through the air. The commotion created was astonies. I+ing. The faces of the powerhouses in the city all changed drastically. They knew that the moment of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's life and death had arrived. Receiving the Golden Sword token, it must be announced to the whole city. Everyone in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City had long known that Utmost Peace Imperial City was going to activate the Golden Sword Pact. Already, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's powerhouses all looked up to the sky. That powerful lineup virtually made them despair. 4 great celestial deity powerhouses. This is finally coming. Wonder whether or not Heavenly Eagle can make it through the crisis this time. Fighting 2-on-4. This, I completely can't see hope. Sigh. Utmost Peace Imperial City's action is too fast. If give head elder Yi Yuan some more time, perhaps it wouldn't be today's situation. In these 10 years, everyone in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City felt the danger. But this was also Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's most united 10 years. The various major families gave up internal friction, putting more effort into cultivation. Under the catalyzing of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City gave birth to a large batch of powerhouses. Presently, in the city, just the 9th layered Heaven Divine Lords were as many as 3 people, except 9th layered Heaven Divine Lords were completely useless to battles at Celestial Deity level. In front of Celestial Deity powerhouses, forget about 9th layered Heaven Divine Lords. Even half-step Celestial Deities were ant-like existences. Swashujia, get out for this seat. A thunderous voice instantly reverberated throughout the entire city. Xiao Anshan's shout. The commotion was extremely shocking. He was deliberately demonstrating his strength, awing the powerhouses in the city. At this time, 2 figures arrived high up in the air. They were precisely Zwashujia and Hichong. Zwashujia looked at Xiao Anshan and said coldly, "Xiao Anshan, the hour hasn't arrived yet. Lord Inspector hasn't arrived as well. Flaunting your prowess like this, are you really bullying that my Heavenly Eagle Imperial City doesn't have anyone?" Xiao Anshan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Swashujia, the Golden Sword token has already been issued. We're naturally avenging grievances. If there are taking revenge, if there's grudge. Lord Inspector hasn't arrived yet, so let's settle the previous scores." Shujia's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, "What trouble do you want to stir up again?" At this time, a figure on Utmost Peace's side stepped out of the ranks and said in an angry voice, "It's me. The enmity of killing my master is irreconcilable. The last time, City Lord was in closed seclusion. That's how you forcefully stopped it. This time, I must take revenge for Master. Hurry up and let that Zhengqi guy come out to die." This person was none other than precisely Gao Yuan's disciple, Yang Fan. Celestial Deity powerhouse when Yilin was Gao Yuan's master, while Gao Yuan was this Yang Fan's master. Speaking of which, when Yilin and Cold Feather were considered people of the same generation. This Yang Fan's talent was clearly limited. Until now, he was merely an 8th layered Heaven Divine Lord, being far worse than Zhengqi. If not for knowing that Zhengqi's essence was lost, even by lending Yang Fan a few galls, he also would not dare to come to challenge Zhengqi. However, after Zhengqi recovered, he rarely showed face. Hence, Utmost Peace Imperial City, that side did not know that Zhengqi had actually long gone up a level already. This attitude was struck too dazzlingly. At this time, in everyone's eyes, this Yang Fan was like a jumping clown. Clearly, someone who bullied the kind and feared the wicked, yet still wanted to put on eagerness to take revenge for his master. Bluffing who? One had to know, back then, when Zhengqi went to take revenge, he went to Utmost Peace Imperial City, all by himself. Swashujia did not know it beforehand. When he found out, he rushed to Utmost Peace Imperial City straight away, only then saving the seriously injured Swashujia who was dying. But this Yang Fan, that was when Yilin leading him over. With when Yilin around, could it be that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City really dared to do anything to him still, prating on and on about taking revenge? It was truly a bit too fake. Putting it bluntly, it was bullying that he was injured. The great battle was about to commence. Getting a jumping clown to come out made the powerhouses on Heavenly Eagle's side relax a little. Zwashujia had the intent to mess with Xiao Anshan. At once, his brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "Yang Fan, your Hara sing with unreasonable demands. Last time, Zheng Qi was already beaten to severe injuries by you. What do you want still? Yang Fan sneered and said, Zheng Qi, this guy wanted to harm Master many times. Now he finally succeeded. Humph, not killing him. I'm not worthy as a man. Zhuge gave a cold snort, flicked his sleeves grandly, and said, Zheng Qi is currently in close seclusion and isn't convenient to accept the challenge. At this time, Qiao Anshan said with a broad smile, Zhuge, back then, Zheng Qi came to find Gao Yuan to take revenge. This seat didn't stop it. What's with your deal now? Yang Fan and Zheng Qi are of the same generation and can be said to have irreconcilable enmity. This kind of enmity, how can we intervene? If you don't let him come out, then this seat will take action and destroy his manner first before talking. Even if Lord Inspector came, he wouldn't say much either. Zhuge felt great in his heart, but he had rage on his face as he said, Qiao Anshan, you don't push people too far. Qiao Anshan smiled and said, blood debt is paid for by blood. How is this called pus? I plussing people too far? Zhuge's expression changed several times, and he shouted to the city below, send people, go and invite head Elder Zheng Qi here. Yes, City Lord. A deacon received the order and left. Actually, Zheng Qi was really in close seclusion. Even Zhuge did not know his current situation as well. His current mood was also in a mess. Success or failure lay in this one fell swoop as well. If Zheng Qi was unable to break through to the celestial deity realm, then Heavenly Eagle Imperial City will really perish this time. Chapter 16, 95 Nowhere to Put Face. Chapter 16, 95 Nowhere to Put Face. Invite here? Ha ha ha. In my view, it should be being carried over. Yang Fan laughed loudly as he said with a mocking look. A wave of loud laughter sounded out at Utmost Peace's side. They all knew that because Zheng Qi used the crazed sword evanescent, he lost too much essence and was already not long for the world. Now, he must be in a half-dead state. This kind of trash still need to go and invite him? Yang Fan looked even smugger. The feeling of stepping on Zheng Qi's face was really too awesome. He and Gao Yuan could not be said to be very close in the past. With Gao Yuan's personality, how could he possibly sink in the capital on his own disciple without holding anything back? However, Yang Fan's potential being lacking was a fact. He had always been chastised because of this as well. As someone in the same generation, Zheng Qi was respected as Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's head elder, but he was just a small elder. The disparity between the two was too great. Hence, taking revenge for his master was merely a cover. He wanted to borrow this to give vent to the dissatisfaction and resentment in his heart. Yang Fan understood that having him take action as merely in order to find an excuse that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City could not refuse. But so what? Being stifled for too long, he had got to release it. Hence, Yang Fan was like a jumping clown, talking drivel there, his words being very disdainful toward Zheng Qi. Hey, Zheng Qi, this cowardly turtle, why haven't you come out yet? I say, your Heavenly Eagle Imperial City wouldn't deliberately want to S-H-I plus ELD him, right? Since he's already dying, then hurry up and get him out, so that this Yang can send him off. Yang Fang talked in high spirits over there, but did not detect that a hint of ripple surfaced in S-P-A-C. Qiao Anshan and the rest were powerful and had long detected something amiss, faces involuntarily changing slightly. At this time, a figure slowly walked out. Qiao Anshan and the rest suddenly changed countenance. Yang Fan's haughty voice suddenly stopped, just like a duck with its throat squeezed, emitting a strange cry. Zizizheng, why you? Impossible. My eyesight must be failing. Yang Fong was frightened by the scene in front of him until his entire face turned purple. He rubbed his eyes hard, discovering the Zheng Qi was still standing there perfectly fine, his aura shocking. At this time, Zheng Qi's eyes were profound, aura shocking. How was there still any hint of his essence being in a deficit, an appearance that he was not long for this world? Of course, what they were shocked at was far from this. Even though Zheng Qi did not deliberately release his realm pressure, the aura faintly given off his body was Ji. Oh, D knows how many times stronger than people in the Divine Lord realm. Even a fool could also tell that Zheng Qi was currently a true blue celestial deity powerhouse. On Utmost Peace Imperial City's side, each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. They scratched their scalps till it hurts, and also could not understand why a dying man suddenly became a celestial deity powerhouse. Back then, about Yang Fan beating down Zheng Qi with one palm, when Yilin saw it with his own eyes. Just how long had Pa S said, not only did Zheng Qi come back from the dead, he even broke through the Ma S Civ shackle and became a celestial deity powerhouse. The faces of Wen Yilin and Zhua Shujie revealed a look of wild elation when they saw Zheng Qi's breakthrough was successful. Yi Yuan, this boy, truly turned something rotten into the magical. It also could not be blamed that Qiao and Shan, they all opened their mouths wide, not daring to believe. Even they themselves were affected. So how did the others not also feel like they were dreaming? City Lord, I heard that someone wants to find me to take revenge. Zheng Qi said coolly. One sentence. Yang Fan's face turned pale with a whoosh. Take revenge? Finding a celestial deity to take revenge? My head King burned out, right? Yang Fong wished to find a hole in the ground to bore into at this time. He finally realized that he was simply a clown jumping around just now. He wanted to send Zheng Qi off. Zheng Qi sending him off was more like it. Zhua Shujie had a broad smile and said by nudging his mouth, There, it's that person, Gao Yuan's disciple. He said that he has the enmity of killing his master with you and cannot live under the same sky as you. He even said to let everyone be a witness. He wanted to help his master, Gao Yuan, take revenge. Why don't you grant his filial piety? Ha ha ha. The powerhouses in the city finally could not hold it in anymore, all letting out wild laughter. This scene was simply comical to the extreme. It's really killing me. A divine lord realm actually wants to find a celestial deity powerhouse to take revenge. His head was kicked by a donkey, right? You look at his KY appearance just now. He probably only knows how to bully the old, weak, sick, and disabled, right? Is this guy really Utmost Peace Imperial City's elder? This is clearly a clown. Ha ha ha. The entire city roared with laughter. This scene was simply wonderful to the extreme. Yang Fan's face simply had nowhere to put. City Lord, Yang Fan had a bitter look, looking at Qiao and Shan anxiously. Qiao and Shan's expression at this time was not much better than Yang Fan's. This was Yang Fan losing face. Could it be that he wasn't losing face? Scram to one side. Disgraceful thing. Qiao and Shan said in a solemn voice. Yang Fan felt akin to being granted amnesty and hurriedly retreated to the back of the group. But at this time, how could Zhua Shujie be willing to yield? Don't go. Just now, it was you all who were shouting and wrangling, calling to have Zheng Qi come out, saying to find him to take revenge. Now that I called him out, why don't you all take it? Yang Fan, where's your filial piety? Zhua Shujie pressed on relentlessly. Now it was turning one's spear against himself. Even Qiao and Shan also did not know how to dodge it for a while. Qiao and Shan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said in a low voice, Who can tell me what's going on? When Yilin still had not come back to his senses until now, hearing Qiao and Shan questioning people, he answered, This might be that the heavenly eagle imperial city obtained a natural treasure of heaven and earth recently. This punk hit the jackpot, breaking through by a fluke. Another celestial deity powerhouse, Peng Ji, also said, "It must be so. Celestial deity realm isn't as common as cabbages, being able to break through when one wants to break through. Zheng Qi was just lucky, a first-layered heaven, celestial deity, who just broke through. There is nothing to fear at all." Qiao Anshan nodded slightly. He also felt that this was the most likely scenario. Hence, he gave a cold snort and said, "Zhushujie, do you still want face or not?" Forcing a divine lord realm powerhouse to seek revenge on a celestial deity realm powerhouse. Since Zhushujie already broke through, then he's someone of our generation. How can he go and get involved in the matters of divine lords again? When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. This degree of shamelessness was unparalleled. It was clearly you all who pushed people too far. Now, you even played the blame game, saying the heavenly eagle imperial city was shameless. Zhushujie clasped his hands and said with a look of admiration, "Qiao Anshan, this who got to hand it to you today? Your face is even thicker than my heavenly eagle imperial city's city walls. Even if this will brings out 100% of my power, it probably can't breach the skin of your face either." Qiao Anshan's face turned black and was just about to flare up when another horrifying aura descended from the sky. A middle-aged man in azure clothing slowly stepped out of the void. The horrifying aura exuding off his body made the faces of heavenly eagles' powerhouses change greatly. This aura was much stronger than even the two great city lords. Zhushujie's and Qiao Anshan's face changed at the same time, saying to the middle-aged man in azure clothing respectfully, "Paying respects to Lord Inspector." The middle-aged man in azure nodded slightly and said, "Coolly, Southridge 10 Cities has already not activated the Golden Sword token for several tens of thousands of years. What is it for this time?" Chapter 1696 Magic One out for you. Chapter 1696 Magic One out for you. Reporting to Lord Inspector, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City killed my utmost piece's head elder inside a mystic realm with extremely shameless means. ITC, hing away the origin magnetic divine mountain. Head elder Gao Yuan was the most promising to break through to the celestial deity realm in our utmost peace imperial city. This time, our utmost peace suffered heavy losses. Therefore, that's why this lowly official activated the Golden Sword token out of rage. Lord Inspector, Qiao Anshan is making slanderous charges. Gao Yuan plotted to harm my heavenly eagle's martial artists many times in the mystic realm and more than deserves death. The moment they came up, Qiao Anshan and Zhushujie engaged in a war of words. Each side believed that they were correct, both sides having their merits. But this kind of thing was clearly unable to distinguish between true and fake. When the middle-aged man in azure heard Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain, these few words, his brows raised up slightly, clearly somewhat surprised. Enough. When the middle-aged man in azure saw the two people quarrel without stopping, he could not help shouting in a low voice. Sure enough, the two people did not dare to speak anymore. The middle-aged man in azure said, "I didn't expect that the Southridge 10 Cities, this kind of remote place, can actually give birth to a treasure like the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. No wonder you all did not stint to activate the Golden Sword Pact for this. Since the Golden Sword token is already issued, then follow the rules. The victor gets the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain." The middle-aged man in azure clearly saw it very clearly, this kind of debate, arguing for 10,000 years, and it was also hard to determine the winner. The crux of the problem was the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. Qiao Anshan's goal for activating the Golden Sword Pact was clearly for the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain too. It was no use fighting a war of saliva. There was only showcasing one's true ability. At this time, Xiao Anshan suddenly said, "Lord Inspector, we didn't activate the Golden Sword Pact this time just for the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. It's also for a person." The inspector was slightly surprised as he said, "Oh, who is it?" Xiao Anshan said, "He's called Yi Yuan, the main culprit who killed head Elder Gao Yuan. If we win in the Golden Sword Pact this time, we still want Heavenly Eagle to hand this kid over." The inspector nodded his head when he heard that and said, "If you can win, you naturally have the final say." In the eyes of the inspector, only celestial deity realm powerhouses could enter his arcane sights. The life and death of a divine lord, he would not go and pay attention at all. Losing the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain, would Heavenly Eagle still care about one person? But Zuoshujia's expression changed, and he said, "Xiao Anshan, you're shameless." Xiao Anshan sneered and said, "Where's Yi Yuan? In front of Lord Inspector. You wouldn't want to hide him, right? Or is it that that kid is already scared until he doesn't dare to come out? Yeah, you're too ugly, scaring this elder badly until I don't even dare to come out." See, right then, a languid voice suddenly sounded out. Yi Yuan's figure stepped on the air and arrived. Puchi. Yi Yuan's words immediately aroused a burst of laughter. Xiao Anshan was very short and his appearance very ugly. It was indeed somewhat frightening. Xiao Anshan was greatly enraged the moment he heard and said, "Brat, you're courting death." Yi Yuan still had a lazy expression as he said, "Coolly, the Golden Sword Pact hasn't started yet, and you want to make a show of authority already? Do you have any respect for Lord Inspector?" Xiao Anshan's expression changed, and indeed did not dare to make a move anymore. Yi Yuan gave a bow to the inspector and saluted as he said, "Heavenly Eagles, Yi Yuan pays respect to Lord Inspector." A hint of surprise briefly flashed across the inspector's eyes. He discovered to his surprise that with his strength, he actually could not quite see through this young man. This kid was not simple. Virtually at once, the inspector drew a conclusion about Yi Yuan. The inspector asked with some confusion, "You're Yi Yuan?" Xiao Anshan said that it was you who killed Utmost Pieces, head elder, Gao Yuan. Logically speaking, with Yi Yuan's realm, it was impossible to kill Gao Yuan, who knew that Yi Yuan nodded his head, admitted it very shamelessly, and said, "Gao Yuan, that guy wanted to kill me time and again. In the end, his strength was lacking and was quashed by me using the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain instead. Inside mystic realms, killing people, and ATC. Hing treasures is a common occurrence. What's the big deal? Xiao Anshan, if you want the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain, say it open and above board. Want to be a prost. One, toot, and also want to set up a memorial archway. Your heart is indeed as ugly as your face." Xiao Anshan's face turned from green to yellow. He discovered that he really was not Yi Yuan's match in arguments. At this rate, he would be angered to death by Yi Yuan for sure. Xiao Anshan glared at Yi Yuan and said, "Razor-tongued, little basted, wait till the Golden Sword Pact is over. I'll see if your mouth can still be glib or not." Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Is it just two more people in the celestial deity realm? Look at how you're showing off." Mentioning celestial deity realm powerhouses, Xiao Anshan finally found a reason to be proud of himself and said with a big laugh, "What reason do I have to not show off? The strong reigns supreme. An ant-like person like you only has the right to be trampled underfoot by this seat. If you have the capability, magic out two more celestial deity realms for me." Ha ha. Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Anshan like looking at an idiot and suddenly reached his hand out and pointing in the direction of the Marshall Tower, and said coolly, Ugly, you look closely. I'll magic one out for you, right now. Xiao Anshan's expression changed, looking in the direction that Yi Yuan pointed, but there was no activity at all. His face could not help turning dark as he said, "Little B, A-S-T-A-R-D, you dare to toy with me?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Toy with you? You take a look again." Xiao Anshan turned his head again and still did not discover any movements. He was practically about to lose it. Xiao Anshan could not wait for a moment longer. He swore in his heart, and he must kill Yi Yuan. Xiao Anshan gnashed his teeth in hatred and looked at Yi Yuan as he said, "Little B, S-T-A-R-D, very good. You're very good. After the Golden Sword Pact, you'll know what's called a life worse than death." Yi Yuan had a wide grin and looked at Xiao Anshan as he said, "You take a look again, really magic them out." "Little B, A-S-T-A-R-D, are you done?" "Lord Inspector, this lowly official requests to immediately start the Golden Sword Pact." Xiao Anshan was virtually about to break down and said to the inspector, but he waited for a long time, and the inspector did not even move. Lifting his head and looking, Xiao Anshan discovered that the inspector had a solemn look, and the direction that he was looking in was precisely the direction of the Marshall Tower, which was also the direction that Yi Yuan pointed at. Xiao Anshan was alarmed inwardly and instinctively turned his head to look, his expression instantly changing drastically. It was only to see that the original peaceful Marshall Tower actually raged with a fierce storm at this time. Violent spiritual energy poured over in that direction frenziedly. This commotion was clearly someone breaking through to celestial deity realm. Are really magicked out. It was only to see a figure fly out of the Marshall Tower, standing high in the sky, absorbing spiritual energy frantically. That commotion was extremely shocking. That's Cold Feather. How is it possible? He broke through too. When Yilin cried out strangely and shouted in disbelief. When Yilin was not foreign to Cold Feather. They were geniuses in the same era and had once contended for a long time in secret. It was just that the final result was that when Yilin stepped into the celestial deity realm, while Cold Feather ended up missing. Even though Cold Feather came back now, he was already no threat to Wen Yilin. How could more than 100,000 years of idling away be that easy to remedy? When Yilin coming this time, he originally wanted to see Cold Feather and even chastise the latter a bit. But who knew that what he waited for was this kind of result? Chapter 16, 97-4, Celestial Deities Gathered Together. Chapter 16, 97-4, Celestial Deities Gathered Together. Xiao Anshan's pupils constricted. His head felt like it exploded with a buzz. Another celestial deity realm powerhouse. This way, wouldn't Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's celestial deity powerhouses be the same as Utmost Peace Imperial City? Xiao Anshan stared fixedly at the Cold Feather above the Marshall Tower's sky, his eyes full of disbelief. When did celestial deity powerhouses become cabbages? Overnight, Heavenly Eagle actually had 2 more celestial deity powerhouses. This is impossible. He had wasted more than 100,000 years and has long past set his prime already. How can he possibly break through to reach the celestial deity realm? If say 1 was ting the jackpot, then what about 2? This is also too ridiculous, right? Who can tell me what on earth happened? Utmost Peace Imperial City's side. Each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. The shock that Cold Feather's breakthrough brought to them was too much. To the Southridge 10 Cities Divine Lord Realm powerhouses, the celestial deity realm was like a heavenly chasm, unable to surmount it at all. How many Divine Lord Realm powerhouses were there in the Southridge 10 cities? No one knew. However, these 10 cities' celestial deity powerhouses added up were merely a scanty few 20 to 30 people. This kind of breakthrough ratio virtually made people despair. Hence, don't look at how those in the celestial deity realm such Zhengqi, Ning, Tianping, they were extremely talented. When arriving in front of the threshold of celestial deity realm, that was an insurmountable high mountain. Put in the past, it was hard for the Southridge 10 cities to produce one who broke through to the celestial deity realm in 10,000 years. But today, 2 broke through all at once. The inspector's gaze flickered incessantly. Titanic waves stirred up in his heart too. With his eyes, he could naturally see through that Zhengqi also just broke through not long ago. Now, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City had another one who broke through. What was going on today? Could this really be a coincidence? Head Elder Yi Yuan is mighty. Head Elder Yi Yuan is mighty. Head Elder Yi Yuan is mighty. Just as the inspector and Utmost Peace Imperial City's powerhouses were in immense shock, a tsunami-like clamor came from below. Coincidence? How was this possible? Experiencing the initial-most shock, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's powerhouses came to realize the truth very quickly. Zhengqi's and Cold Feather's breakthroughs were absolutely not some coincidental events. All of this was thanks to Head Elder Yi Yuan. If it were before, they would naturally feel that this was nonsense. An initial rank 4-star, Alchemy G. O. D. Could he dictate the breakthroughs of celestial deity realm powerhouses? This was utterly rubbish. H. Plus, but now, no one would doubt it. During these 10 years, Yi Yuan created countless miracles with his power alone. Very old, undying existences who already could not possibly break through long ago, all gained a new lease on life, making breakthroughs again under Yi Yuan's rank 4 divine pills. Therefore, they had reason to believe that today's miracle was bestowed by Head Elder Yi Yuan. It was not simple a coincidence. The inspector trembled all over, looking at Yi Yuan in incredible shock. Only now did he know that this little fellow who was merely first-layered Heaven Divine Lord was actually even Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's Head Elder. What kind of concept was this? Either Shujia's brain was spoiled, or this kid had extremely extraordinary aspects. Clearly, Shujia's head could not possibly be spoiled. Then, the answer was self-evident. It was just that he racked his head and also could not figure out how Yi Yuan dictated 2 great celestial deity powerhouses to break through. He did not think of medicinal pills at all. A first-layered Heaven Divine Lord refining the supreme Jade Void pill. Are you kidding me? Ha ha ha. Xiao and Shan. Now, my Heavenly Eagle has 4 celestial deity powerhouses too. I see what you have to be arrogant, Swishujia said with a loud laugh. Among the Southridge 10 cities, Heavenly Eagle was considered as an existence with the lowest strength. He, this city lord, had always tucked his tail between his legs and behaved. Today, he could finally hold his head up high. Giving birth to 2 great celestial deity powerhouses within one day, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's strength could soar to the front ranks all at once. Qiao Anshan's expression was ugly to the extreme. This sudden change caught him by surprise. Hearing the shouts from below, he was similarly extremely shocked in his heart. Could it be that Zhengqi and Cold Feather's breakthroughs were actually thanks to Yi Yuan? It was only to see him snort coldly. He said, Swishujia, don't get arrogant. The Golden Sword Pact is a life and death battle. Can 2 celestial deity realms who just broke through change the battle situation? Swishujia simply ignored him, turned to Yi Yuan, and laughed loudly as he said, Yi Yuan, you actually really did it. This battle, you've earned the most credit. Yi Yuan smiled and said, arranged some means in order to enter the Marshall Tower and delayed some time. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. Swishujia's gaze turned intent, sniffing a hint of something unusual from Yi Yuan's words. Why did Cold Feather's breakthrough have to be inside the martial tower? Seemed like there was some story. Xiao and Shan could not quite stand still anymore. He gritted his teeth, toughened his scalp, and said to the inspector, "Lord Inspector, this lowly official requests to immediately start the Golden Sword Pact." Although Cold Feather and Zheng Qi both just broke through to the Celestial Deity realm, Celestial Deity realm was Celestial Deity realm. If it was really 4 versus 4, the variables were too great. However, the inspector's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Are you teaching this envoy on how to do things?" Qiao Anshan was startled inwardly and hurriedly said, This lowly official dare not." The inspector gave a cold snort and said, "Good that you don't dare. Once the breakthrough starts, he's a member of our generation. How can the Golden Sword Pact, such a major event, be treated as a child's play? Starting the Golden Sword Pact now. Are you trying to have everyone talk behind this envoy's back? MN?" Qiao Anshan broke out in cold sweat and repeatedly said that he dare not. The inspector said in a cold voice, "If this matter was said back to the imperial capital, do you think that I can continue to be an inspector? Or is it that you want this envoy to show partiality to your utmost peace imperial city and slaughter the entire heavenly eagle?" Qiao Anshan's sweat fell like a waterfall and did not even have time wipe away sweat as he hurriedly said, This lowly official knows my mistake. This lowly official was just anxious and didn't expect that it offended your excellency. I hope that your excellency doesn't blame me." The inspector said in a cold voice, "Stand down. After he breaks through, the Golden Sword Pact will commence immediately." How could Qiao Anshan still dare to speak? He could only retreat to one side, and did not even dare to let out a fart. Time slowly trickled by. Spiritual energy also gradually dissipated, but the aura on Cold Feather gradually became stronger. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it. Truly didn't think that this old man actually still has a day where I broke through to the Celestial Deity realm." After breaking through, Cold Feather let out a wild laugh, reverberating throughout heaven and earth. Over 400 years ago, he was still trapped inside the spatial inheritance, unable to escape at all. At that time, he never dreamed that he would actually still have a day where he could break through to the Celestial Deity realm in this lifetime. This was something that he did not even dare to dream about during the past 100,000 years. But today, Yi Yuan actually helped him to actualize it. Swuz. H. Plus Cold Feather strode out, crossing a distance of 100,000 feet, directly arriving at Yi Yuan's side. The Supreme Jade Void Pill is indeed wondrous. Yi Yuan, the favor that this old man owes you can't be repaid entirely in this lifetime," Cold Feather said to Yi Yuan with a big laugh. Suddenly, he felt the powerful pressure on the inspector's body. Cold Feather's expression changed, and he bowed as he said, "Heavenly Eagle's Cold Feather pays respect to Lord Inspector." The inspector nodded slightly and said, "MN, since you've already broken through, the Golden Sword Pact will start at once." Chapter 1698, Preserve Your Little Life. Chapter 1698, Preserve Your Little Life Outside. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. 8 great celestial deity powerhouses stood in the air. The great battle had yet to start, and the commotion was already monstrous. In the distance, there were already countless heavenly eagle powerhouses surrounding and watching, being stunned by this powerful lineup. Celestial deity powerhouses, they normally could not even see one. Today, they saw 8 all at once, as well as the inspector. Zwishuja, prepare to suffer my wrath. Today you must die. Xiao and Shan had a furious look. Today's situation already completely stepped out of his control. The reason why he dared to activate the Golden Sword Pact was that Utmost Peace Imperial City's celestial deity realms were powerful. But now, both sides were actually evenly matched. This fight, the variables were too great. However, as long as he could kill Zuoshuja, everything could end. The Golden Sword token was already issued. Qiao and Shan did not have any way out as well. Either you die, or I perish. H. Plus Zuoshuja smiled coldly, and said, that will have to depend on whether you have this ability or not. Qiao and Shan snorted coldly, the aura on his body releasing fully. Zuoshuja's expression could not help changing. This guy, his aura grew a lot stronger again. Looks like he's already very close to a third-layered heaven, celestial deity. Zuoshuja's strength was still some distance away from peak second-layered heaven, celestial deity. There was a civ difference in strength between each minor realm of the celestial deity realm. Even each minor realm was also ACCU, mulat over countless years. Qiao and Shan's strength had always been half a notch stronger than Zuoshuja. But moving out this time, Qiao and Shan's strength seemed to be much stronger again. If without the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain, this battle was really fraught with grim possibilities. Upon thinking of the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain, Zuoshuja was shocked in his heart again, because the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain was already thoroughly refined by Yi Yuan. The Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain was extremely difficult to refine. If it were him, even several thousand years, and he might not be able to refine all of it either. But how many years had it been since Yi Yuan obtained the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain? This kid was full of secrets everywhere on his body. Over there, Wen Yiling looked at Cold Feather, his eyes full of disdain. Cold Feather, even if you broke through to the celestial deity realm, you're still just an ant in my eyes. You've just entered the first-layered heaven, celestial deity realm, while I'm already a peak first-layered heaven, celestial deity. Cold Feather laughed in spite of himself and said, more than 100,000 years have already passed, and yet you're still so KY? When Yilin's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, courting death. Right at this time, the inspector said in a clear voice, Golden Sword Pact, life and death battle, begin. Qiao Anshan's expression turned intent, and he yelled coldly, kill. The moment the word kill came out of the mouth, Qiao Anshan's entire person was akin to a cannonball charging towards Zuoshuja. For pairs of celestial deity powerhouses instantly clashed together. That commotion could be said to be earth-shattering. Above in the sky, a cloud of smoke floated over the battlefield. Auras surging to the sky, that violent aftershock. Even if a trace leaked over, it could still crush them into minced meat. Those Divine Lord Realm powerhouses were far away, but their faces were already white-faced without any blood. This battle was on a completely different level from them, especially Qiao Anshan and Zuoshuja. The commotion of these two people's battle was tremendous, overshadowing the other three pairs of celestial deity powerhouses. The inspector shot a glance at the Yi Yuan not far away and asked rather curiously, "You don't seem worried about them at all?" In reality, even if Heavenly Eagle Imperial City produced two more mighty celestial deity powerhouses all at once, he was still not optimistic about Heavenly Eagle. After all, Utmost Peace Imperial City's celestial deity powerhouses held an overwhelming advantage. Powerhouses who just reached the celestial deity realms and veteran of the celestial deity realms, their strengths were completely different. If without a very powerful trump card, wanting to defeat the opponent was simply wishful thinking. But when the inspector glanced at Yi Yuan, he discovered that he was calm and composed. There was no worry on his face at all. This made him very curious. Yi Yuan smiled, and said, "Those few fellows are dead for sure, so what's there to be worried about?" The inspector was stunned when he heard that and said in astonishment, "Dead for sure?" Yi Yuan said, "Otherwise?" From that moment Xiao Anshan activated the golden sword token. The final result was already decided. These words were domineering. It was just that coming out from the mouth of a first-layered Heaven Divine Lord Jr. It seemed very comical. The inspector was somewhat at a loss whether to cry or laugh. He shook his head, rather disappointed in Yi Yuan, unable to even judge the overall situation. It seemed like he was just a prodigy who was ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. However, even though disdainful, he was still very curious about Yi Yuan. After all, a first-layered Heaven Divine Lord was actually able to refine the Supreme Jade Void Pill, this kind of peak rank for medicinal pill. This was seriously too amazing. One had to know, even the imperial capital's genius alchemists could not possibly refine peak level 9 medicinal pills when at this realm too. Therefore, even though everyone pledged in all sincerity and solemnness, the inspector himself still had some reservations. The inspector said with a faint smile, "Ho-ho, Junior, you might not know how great the disparity between celestial deity realms is. Even though Heavenly Eagle has 2 more celestial deities, they have just entered the celestial deity realm and are far from those veteran celestial deity realms match. This matter, I think that Heavenly Eagle is a little unreliable." Yi Yuan turned his head and looked at the inspector with a smile as he said, "Does Your Excellency still have something you want to say?" The inspector was slightly startled in his heart. He only said half a sentence, and this kid already knew his intentions? This kid was shrewd. The inspector said coolly, "If Heavenly Eagle is defeated, your little life will be lost. That Xiao Anshan absolutely won't let you off." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What does Lord Inspector want? The Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain or the Supreme Jade Void Pill?" The inspector's expression became slightly austere, looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. He suddenly discovered that he really underestimated this kid. This fellow was sly and shrewd. He was like an old fellow wise in the ways of the world, and not like a young man at all. Since they were clever people, the inspector did not beat around the bush anymore as well. He opened his mouth and said coolly, "The Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain is the Golden Sword Pack's wager. It isn't convenient for this envoy to intervene. Rather, your little life, this envoy can save it. At that time, you just have to help this envoy refine a Supreme Jade Void Pill will do. However, this envoy wants high grade and above. Do you have the assurance to refine a Supreme Jade Void Pill? Even in the imperial capital, it was an extremely hard to come by medicinal pill too. Even 5-star Alchemy G. Oh, DS might not be able to refine it too. For the inspector to want to get such a medicinal pill, the price expended was still considerable. People should not look at how he was awe-inspiring in the Southridge 10 nations. If they really settled down at the imperial capital and got to know things, he was also merely an unimportant character. Yi Yuan knew that Lung Qiuling came from an imperial capital. She was already about to break through to the celestial deity realm at a young age. This at least showed that celestial deity realms were nothing in imperial capitals. Hearing the inspector's words, Yi Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "Lord Inspector is worrying too much. If you want the Supreme Jade Void Pill, this Yi will just help you to refine. There is no need to use this Ye's life to secure one. Your Excellency, rest assured. Heavenly Eagle will definitely win this battle." The inspector was speechless. He suddenly felt like he could not quite figure out this brat anymore. Clearly an incomparably clever person, but why was he so far off the mark when talking? Win. Use what to win. Right at this time, a series of loud noises came from the sky. Xiao Anshan completely rampaged, berserk strength suppressing Zhuoshujie firmly. The inspector looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "This is your certain victory?" One Southridge 10 cities and Southridge 10 nations seem to be used interchangeably. Chapter 16, 99, Heavenly Eagles, Trump Card. Chapter 16, 99, Heavenly Eagles, Trump Card. In the distance, the cluttered and violent attacks shook until SPAC was trembling. Utmost peace imperial cities for great celestial deity powerhouses already suppressed Heavenly Eagles' side, all round. They were well deserving of being veteran celestial deity realms. Regardless whether it was divine essence or world power, it was much more stronger compared to Cold Feather, they all newly advanced celestial deities. At that start, it still did not show, but along with the Sing of Time, this kind of advantage was clearly magnifying continuously. Even Zhuoshujie already showed signs of defeat too. Continuing like this isn't a solution. City Lord, they all almost can't hold on anymore. Utmost pieces celestial deity realms are too strong. Ancestor they all, the time they broke through is still too short. What to do? Could it be that Heavenly Eagles' Tao teachings are going to wither away henceforth? Far away, Heavenly Eagles' martial artists all revealed worried looks. The joy of two great celestial deity realms appearing was already swept clean. Ha ha ha! Zhuoshujie, so what if 4 celestial deities? Just based on your bit of means, can you be my match? Xiao Anshan laughed wantonly as he unleashed martial techniques frenziedly, continuing his victorious pursuit. Zhuoshujie's aura gradually weakened, virtually losing the strength to retaliate. The other few people all encountered similar situations. When Yilin laughed loudly and said, "What did I say? Ants are ants in the end. Do you think that the disparity of more than 100,000 years can be made up for by breaking through to the celestial deity realm? Ha ha, prepare to die." The inspector smiled as he looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Now, do you still think that I have no need to state this condition?" Exchanging pill for one's life, and Yi Yuan directly helping him refine pills, this was 2 different concepts. Yi Yuan directly helping him refine pills was equivalent to him owing Yi Yuan a favor. To martial artists, what they were most unwilling to do was to owe others favor. If the favor could not be repaid, when breaking through, it might produce a mental demon. The consequences would be very severe. Therefore, between martial artists, what was valued more was an equivalent exchange, and not owing favors. To Yi Yuan, it was similarly likewise. The inspector's status was extraordinary. Having him owe him a favor was equivalent to having a safeguard in this Southridge 10 nations. This kind of bargain deal, not making it was a fool. But Yi Yuan's face did not have any hint of worry as he said, "Yes, it's not necessary." The inspector shook his head, feeling that Yi Yuan would not shed tears without seeing the coffin. But he was not in a hurry either, and said with a faint smile, "This envoy is giving you this chance now. In a while, it will be you coming to beg this envoy." Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "If I agree now, in a while Lord Inspector's face won't look good." The inspector chuckled when he heard that and said, "You kid are rather interesting. This envoy wants to see if a miracle will appear today or not." Yi Yuan said, "Not a miracle. It's strength." The inspector shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. He could not be bothered to bicker with Yi Yuan anymore. While up in the sky, signs of Zhuoshujie and the rest's defeat were already more evident. Xiao Anshan's face was even more proud of himself. He held a sieve great axe and shouted fiercely, "Zhuoshujie, this axe will send you to the west. Overlord Heaven-splitting axe, kill for me." This sieve axe was a celestial deity mystic treasure. This axe cleaving out seemed to have the power to split apart heaven and earth. Clearly, this was Qiao Anshan's true killing move. A series of exclamations came from below. Quite a number of people all shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight of seeing Zhuo being hacked to death. Rumble! An earth-shaking loud noise came over, but Zhuo was not split in half. Rather, Qiao Anshan himself had been repelled backward several tens of thousands of feet. Qiao Anshan's expression changed, and he cried out, "Origin magnetic divine mountain! Impossible! You refined the origin magnetic divine mountain? No, wait, this isn't your origin magnetic divine mountain." The current Zhuo appeared slightly wretched, supporting a dark small hill on his palm. That small hill emitted waves of powerful aura on Zhuo's hand. Hearing that, Zhuo smiled coldly and said, "Didn't expect it, right? Yi Yuan already completely refined the origin magnetic divine mountain. Haven't you always wanted it very much? Then come and taste its true power today." Done talking, Zhuo pushed with his palm. The origin magnetic divine mountain turned into a streak of black light, instantly SMAs. Plussing toward Qiao Anshan. The speed was too fast. Qiao Anshan could not avoid it in time at all, and could only block with the giant axe. Bang! Qiao Anshan was directly smashed flying away, fresh blood spewing wildly. He revealed a look of astonishment, his eyes full of disbelief as he said, "Impossible! Just how many years has it been? How can he, a divine lord realm brat, possibly refine the origin magnetic divine mountain?" Zhuo chuckled and said, "If you're able to survive, you can go and ask Yi Yuan. But as for now, haha." Zhuo controlled the origin magnetic divine mountain and clashed together with Qiao Anshan once more. The origin magnetic divine mountain in Zhuo's hands. That power was a completely different concept than in Yi Yuan's hands. Qiao Anshan's giant axe was already extremely powerful, but as long as it be, imped into the origin magnetic divine mountain, Qiao Anshan immediately flew out backward. Such a battle was simply unreasonable. The might of a Xiantian, celestial deity mystic treasure, was displayed beyond all doubt at this moment. If the origin magnetic divine mountain could not be completely refined, it would not be able to fully unleash its true power. Yi Yuan could still use it to smash people, but using it in a battle of celestial deity powerhouses would not cut it. Yi Yuan refining it fully, even though he was unable to unleash its true power due to his realm being low, lending it to Zhuo to battle. That power was totally different. Therefore, that was why Qiao Anshan would be so shocked seeing the origin magnetic divine mountain. The origin magnetic divine mountain was extremely difficult to refine. Qiao Anshan did not think that this thing could be used to battle at all. Otherwise, lend him a few gallbladders. And he also would not dare to issue this golden sword token. For Yi Yuan to be able to refine the origin magnetism spirit would so quickly, it was naturally because of the origin magnetism spirit would. Yi Yuan's comprehension in origin magnetic law was already extremely high, coupled with the natural affinity of the origin magnetism spirit would. He naturally refined the origin magnetism spirit would many times faster than others. The current Qiao Anshan wanted to vomit blood several times. Under the circumstances where the strength difference was not great, the suppression of the origin magnetic divine mountain was simply too terrifying. The moment the origin magnetic divine mountain came out, the battle situation immediately had a great reversal. Over there, Hichong suddenly brought out the immortal binding rope, catching his opponent by surprise all of a sudden. Hichong was a veteran celestial deity realm too. The difference from his opponent was not big. Now, suddenly having an additional celestial deity mystic treasure, He took the absolute upper hand all of a sudden. When his opponent saw the immortal binding rope, he nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. This was Utmost Peace's celestial deity mystic treasure. Now, it was actually being used by He Chung to deal with him. The most blinding one still had to be Cold Feather. He did not take out any magic treasure, but his figure suddenly became erratic, his entire person seemingly shuttling back and forth in S-P-A-C, spatial laws. It's spatial laws. Ancestor Cold Feather. He comprehended first-layered heaven's spatial laws. I understand. No wonder he wanted to break through in the Marshall Tower. Turns out that he went to comprehend spatial laws. These 100,000 over years were also not completely wasted away. With spatial laws, even if it's just first-layered heaven, one's strength will be totally different too. Watching the scene, Heavenly Eagle's martial artists cried out in shock. Chapter 1700 Flames of War Extinguish. Heavenly Eagle rejoices. Chapter 1700 Flames of War Extinguish. Heavenly Eagle rejoices. When martial artists broke through a major realm, that was when they were closest to the heavenly Tao, and it was also the easiest time to comprehend the Tao. Cold Feather had the foundation of spatial laws, and his comprehension ability was not poor either. Hence, Yi Yuan set up an inheritance S-P-A-C anew, making it more suited for Cold Feather. It was all to help him achieve a breakthrough in spatial laws. And Cold Feather did not disappoint Yi Yuan's expectations either. When breaking through, he finally grasped first-layered heaven spatial laws in one stroke. In normal situation, even if having another few tens of thousands of years, he also might not be able to completely comprehend it. Yi Yuan integrated the power of chaos into the supreme jade void pill. To begin with, it was extraordinary. Coupled with Yi Yuan's ataraxia and tranquil heart, that was how it helped Cold Feather successfully to break through. And now, it was finally Cold Feather's turn to display his abilities. Even though Cold Feather did not fuse Sword Dao and spatial laws into one like Yi Yuan coupled with spatial laws, his strength became totally different. Although Wen Yilan's strength was decent, he was still considered a newbie in the celestial deity realm. His breakthrough was also something that happened in these few tens of thousands of years. In an instant, his pressure surged. Among the four people, only Zheng Qi's strength was slightly weaker, but his opponent's strength was also average. He could still barely hold on. Therefore, after Heavenly Eagle's people showed their trump cards, the situation instantly reversed. Swiss H plus a swift and fierce sword light flashed past. When Yilan directly had a whole board through, Cold Feather continued his victorious pursuit, one sword faster than the other. When Yilan was routed like a landslide, how did he still have any strength left over to counterattack? Bang! Another streak of sword light, Pa-S, sped through the void, landing on Wen Yilan, directly knocking him into the ground. Cold Feather raised his long sword, looked at the half-dead Wen Yilan, and said coolly, "I've indeed wasted more than 100,000 years, but my life is better than yours. Because when I was at my most hopeless, I ran into the person who rekindled my lease of life." When Yilan was already heavily injured, currently on the verge of death. His eyes were full of terror, as well as the desire to live on. He was actually defeated, just like this. Cold Feather did not have the slightest compa. Shaun swinging his long sword, ending Wen Yilan's life. When the inspector saw this scene, he was speechless for a long time. Truly, in a blink of an eye, the whole world was turned upside down. Heavenly Eagle actually really turned things around. He never dreamed that Heavenly Eagle actually prepared so many contingencies. The inspector opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. Up in the sky, the battle still continued. Zhua Shujia controlled the origin magnetic divine mountain, sweeping forth ever victorious. Qiao and Shan became increasingly unable to hold on. Their strength was originally very close. Zhua Shujia relied on the power of the mystic treasure and became braver as the battle progressed. Bang! A moment of carelessness, and Qiao Anshan was smashed flying out backward. Who would have thought that Qiao Anshan actually turned into a stream of flowing life and fled at the risk of heavy injuries? This sudden turn of events caught everyone by surprise. The inspector gave a cold snort. Figure Russ. Plussing out swiftly. A powerful to the extreme aura surged straight for the horizon. A swift figure pas, said by. The inspector actually reached first despite moving later, stopping Qiao Anshan. The inspector said coolly, "Where are you going?" Qiao Anshan's entire person had already gone berserk, and he roared furiously, "Why do you care where your father is going? Your father doesn't want to die, so get lost." Done talking, the frenzied Qiao Anshan actually cleaved an axe blow towards the inspector, courting death. The patrolling inspector was a paramount existence in the Southridge 10 nations. This Qiao Anshan had also lost his head in defeat to actually dare attack him. It was only to see the inspector suddenly erupted with an imposing manner. It was world power. He suddenly punched out. Bang! A loud noise came from the sky. After that, there was no more after that. The inspector put away Qiao Anshan's giant axe and said with a cold snort, "Blind and reckless thing, to actually dare make a move against this envoy." In a blink, two great celestial deity powerhouses fell. This battle no longer had any suspense. Following Cold Feather and Zhua Shujia joining the battle royale, Heavenly Eagle completely wiped out utmost pieces, celestial deity powerhouses neat and tidily. Once the golden sword token happened, that was a situation of not resting until they were dead. Either you die, or I perish. It was just that Qiao Anshan never dreamed that utmost peace Imperial City actually ended up in this conclusion in the end. Heavenly Eagle is mighty. City Lord is mighty. Head Elder Yi Yuan is mighty. The entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City seethed with excitement, from despair to hope, then to victory. This battle met with life in a desperate situation, bringing them too many surprises. No one could have thought that the powerful utmost peace Imperial City was actually wiped out just like this, and the ones who launched the war were even utmost peace Imperial City themselves. Zhua Shujia, few people's faces, also revealed looks of wild ecstasy. This battle was fought until it was really to their heart's content. As the weakest existence among the Southridge 10 cities, Zhua Shujia, this city lord, was actually very vexed and timid. But today, they announced their might to the other 8 imperial cities. Haha, it's really too great. I don't even remember how long it's been since I felt so refreshed. He Chong said with a big laugh. Zhua Shujia smiled and said, "Yeah, after this battle, our Heavenly Eagle is sufficient to rise to the top 5 ranks of the Southridge 10 nations. In the future, no one can think about bullying us anymore. Come, we have to thank Yi Yuan properly. Without him, today's result will be completely different." Everyone secretly nodded their heads when they heard that and followed Zhua Shujia over. For great celestial deity realms arrived together. Zhua Shujia directly returned the origin magnetic divine mountain to Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Yi Yuan, this battle I represent Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to thank you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "City Lord's words are too serious. This Yi is Heavenly Eagle's Pill Tower's head elder. I naturally have to contribute effort to Heavenly Eagle." The 4 great celestial deities were all extremely grateful to Yi Yuan in their hearts, except what they could give Yi Yuan was seriously not much. Furthermore, they similarly knew that Yi Yuan's end journey was absolutely not at a tiny little heavenly eagle imperial city. Even the Southridge 10 cities could not pin him down. Sooner or later one day, he would leave. But without a doubt, the transformation that Yi Yuan brought to Heavenly Eagle was tremendous. At this time, the inspector slowly came over. His gaze swept past Yi Yuan, but he said to Zhuo Shujia, "The Golden Sword Pact has already concluded. This envoy has to make a trip back to the imperial capital and report the situation of the Southridge 10 nations to the higher-ups. According to the rule, Utmost Peace Imperial City will be under Heavenly Eagle's jurisdiction now. You guys should send people to take over control of Utmost Peace as soon as possible, but don't make any trouble." Zhuo Shujia hurriedly said, "Yes, Lord Inspector." The inspector nodded his head and said to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, you come with me for a bit." Under everyone's wondering gazes, the inspector brought Yi Yuan to one side and said, "Kid, this time, count it as this envoy owes you a favor. Returning to the imperial capital this time, this envoy will bring over the spirit medicines to refine the supreme jade void pill. At that time, you take action to refine one for this envoy." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Your Excellency is too serious. It's just a minor favor. Your Excellency, you don't need to take it to heart." The inspector gave Yi Yuan a deep glance, feeling secretly alarmed in his heart. He finally understood now that this kid already had prepared plans to deal with the situation. When saying and doing things, he seemed very wild. Actually, everything was within his control. No need to take to heart. Even if Yi Yuan did not take it to heart, could he not care about it? But Yi Yuan did not say a word, and just said that it was a small matter. This way, it saved his face and also made him owe a favor. This kid was impressive. Chapter 17, 100 years later. Chapter 17, 100 years later, becoming famous under the heavens in one battle. Heavenly Eagle's domineering rise swept across the Southridge 10 cities like the wind. 4 great celestial deity realms, without losing a single person, completely annihilated Utmost Peace's 4 great celestial deity realms. The battle's outcome was extremely dazzling. Among the Southridge 10 cities' celestial deity realms, even though there were strong and weak ones, their strengths were more or less very close. Under normal circumstances, such a tragic great battle, both sides having casualties, were bound to happen. But none of Heavenly Eagle's celestial deity realms was lost. What did this show? It showed that Heavenly Eagle's 4 great celestial deities were powerful, completely cruise, plussing Utmost Peace Imperial City. However, this was not what made the other imperial cities most shocked. What shocked them the most was that Heavenly Eagle produced an alchemist who could refine the supreme jade void pill. This was the thing that made them most jealous. Yi Yuan's name instantly echoed throughout the entire Southridge 10 cities together with Heavenly Eagle, a genius alchemist who could refine the supreme jade void pill. What did this mean? This meant that as long as he had sufficient spirit medicines, Yi Yuan could create celestial deity powerhouses nonstop. That was right. It was S production. This ability simply drove people insane. What did the Southridge 10 cities lack the most? Powerhouses in the celestial deity realms. But with Yi Yuan's ability, celestial deity realms could actually be produced. What kind of heaven-defying ability was this? For the other imperial cities, there was nothing they could feel other than jealousy. Fortunately, even though there were many divine lords, there were very few half-step celestial deity martial artists. Furthermore, the spirit medicines that the supreme jade void pill required were extremely scarce in the Southridge lands. Those truly able to gather them were very few. Otherwise, the entire Southridge 10 cities would really change heavens. Even so, Cloud Jade Imperial City still offered a sky-high price of 300 billion, wanting to invite Yi Yuan to take action to refine the Supreme Jade Void Pill. Cloud Jade Imperial City was the Southridge 10 city's strongest imperial city. Just the celestial deity powerhouses were as many as 5. Only the Cloud Jade Imperial City, this kind of existence, could gather the Supreme Jade Void Pill's spirit medicines. These spirit medicines were extremely hard to come by, if not for Yi Yuan going to Riverluck capital city. Wanting to gather them would really not be an ordinary kind of difficult. The spirit medicines to refine the Supreme Jade Void Pill, the total value was around 20 billion. It could be seen from this how valuable the medicine pill was. The sky-high price of 300 billion that Cloud Jade Imperial City offered was merely just to have Yi Yuan take action to refine it. The spirit medicines were prepared by them. It was just that if Yi Yuan could refine successfully, 300 billion to buy a celestial deity realm was extremely worth it. However, Yi Yuan still refused. Increasing other imperial cities' strength, this kind of thing, Yi Yuan naturally would not do it. But since that day, the other 8 cities would frequently send envoys to Heavenly Eagle to request pills from Yi Yuan. No choice. The rank 4 divine pills that Yi Yuan refined, the quality was too good. The other imperial cities' divine lord realm powerhouses, once cultivated to a critical juncture, ordinary medicinal pill quality would not be able to satisfy at all. In the past, they could only be stuck at the gateway and take time to slowly grind. But now they had one more choice. That was to request pills from Yi Yuan. The powerhouses of the 8 great imperial cities, as long as they could obtain a medicinal pill from Yi Yuan's hands, breaking through for them were virtually something already guaranteed. It was also because of this that Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were highly popular. However, it was hard to request for even one pill. Of course, even if it was ordinary rank 4 divine pills, Yi Yuan would not casually refine them as well. Some key medicinal pills he would not refine for outsiders. This was his principle. Furthermore, wanting to request Yi Yuan to take action, the prices were all extremely high. But even so, Yi Manor's front door was still almost trampled flat. Hence, after the Golden Sword Pact, Heavenly Eagle became a very special existence. Even Cloud Jade Imperial City would not easily offend them either. Furthermore, there was a legend that Heavenly Eagle's head elder Yi Yuan was on very friendly terms with Southridge Patrolling Inspector Jiang Jade Hall. This legend made everyone even more cautious in taking action, not daring to have the slightest notion towards Heavenly Eagle. An empty hole invited the wind, but who knew if it was real or fake? The key point was that Jiang Jade Hall himself had not come out to clarify it either. Ever since the Golden Sword Pact, Yi Yuan's prestige in Heavenly Eagle had no equal, and he had basically become a hands-off manager as well. Currently, the Pill Tower and Marshall Tower's affairs were already handed to Ruosu and Ning Ziyuan to deal with. How could the present Ruosu still dare to even mutter dissent towards Yi Yuan's words? As for Ning Ziyuan, with Zheng Qi and Cold Feather both breaking through, he also became the Marshall Tower's head elder as a matter of course. Yi Yuan would give sermons in the Pill Tower every once in a while. At that time, even Xian Yu and Ruo Su would also be like well-behaved little pupils, listening to the lecture quietly below. Finally, one day, when Yi Yuan was giving a lecture, the wind and clouds suddenly surged. Xian Yu gained enlightenment on Tao. At this point, Heavenly Eagle added another celestial deity powerhouse. Furthermore, it was even a 5-star alchemy G.O.D. Southridge Land's one and only 5-star alchemy G.O.D. The sad thing was that Xian Yu, this 5-star alchemy G.O.D. fell short of reality. Southridge's rank 5 divine rank spirit medicines were too scarce. Xian, you had no way of studying rank 5 divine pills at all. However, 5-star alchemy G. Oh, D was 5-star alchemy G. Oh, D his strength was far from what 4-star alchemy G. Oh, DS could compare to. In a blink, 100 years already Pa-S said. On this day, a figure drifted into Yi Manor and said with a big laugh, "Ha ha, little friend Yi Yuan, this old man came to beg for a drink again." Yi Yuan came out to welcome and said with a smile, "Elder brother Jiang, you've been coming rather diligently recently. My 100 flowers, heavenly immortal wine can't support your drinking like this." 100 flowers, heavenly immortal wine was a kind of rank 4 spirit alcohol that Yi Yuan created, gathering the essence of 100 types of spirit flowers and brewed with a secret method. Not only was the taste superb, but it was also greatly beneficial to martial artists. This flask of alcohol was very valuable. Ever since Jiang Jadehall knew that Yi Yuan had this wine, he would come to ask for a few cups to drink every now and then. In the long run, he became Yi Manor's frequent guest. Just as rumored in the outside world, these two people's relations. Hi plus P was really not ordinary. This reason was naturally due to the supreme Jade Void Pill. Jiang Jadehall's request of Yi Yuan was high grade, but in the end, Yi Yuan gave him a huge surprise. It was a divine grade pill, a divine grade supreme Jade Void Pill. This was an existence that could not be purchased even by spending money in the imperial capital. The effect of the medicinal pill was naturally extraordinary. Jiang Jadehall requested the pill for his niece. After his niece consumed the medicinal pill, she naturally broke through to the celestial deity realm as a matter of course. Furthermore, the same as Ning Tianping, her celestial deity realm could not be compared to the normal celestial deity realm. The effects of the medicinal pill would last for many years. Presently, inside the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined contained his chaos power. Divine grade Supreme Jade Void Pill was not the least bit inferior to the previous Void Spirit Divine grade. Ever since then, Jiang Jadehall treated Yi Yuan as a bosom friend. Furthermore, Jiang Jadehall understood that this was not Yi Yuan seeking connections with someone of higher standing. It might even be him, Jiang Jadehall, who was seeking connections with someone out of his league. With Yi Yuan's talent, he would absolutely not be limited to just Southridge 10 cities in the future. The land of the Southridge 10 cities was barren with a shortage of resources. This place already did not have much PAC for his development. Drinking a cup of 100 flowers, heavenly immortal wine, Jiang Jadehall was very refreshed and said to Yi Yuan with a smile, "Younger brother, have you considered the matter that I talked with you about? With your talent, staying in this Southridge land is too unworthy of your talents. The imperial capital is the land where you put your talents to great use." Yi Yuan's expression dimmed, and he let out a sigh as he said, "I know that elder brother has good intentions. However, let's wait a while more."